Chapter 42-47. Didn't you say that after the Undying Emperor level, there are still the 5 realms of Universe Knight, Universe Master, Universe Supreme, Primordial Great Being, and Primordial Supreme? Nodding, Green Ox continued, the Forbidden Lands where the Undying Emperors are called top-tier Forbidden Lands. It's the same for the Remnant Starfield, and the so-called Supreme Forbidden Lands are where the great beings of the 5 realms after the Undying Emperors are in charge. The term Ultimate Forbidden Lands is just a general term. In fact, the Ultimate Forbidden Lands are also divided into different levels. After all, these are the last 5 great realms. The power that each of the 5 great realms represents is very different from the others. The Supreme Forbidden Lands where the Universe Knights are in charge are the primary ones. The ones where the Universe Masters are in charge are the intermediate ones. The Universe Supreme ones are in charge of the advanced ones. The Supreme Forbidden Lands where the Primordial Great Beings are in charge are the top-tier ones. As for the Primordial Supreme, other than the Supreme Forbidden Lands, the others aren't good enough. Damn, these levels are too strict. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood the power structure of this broken primordial space. Generally speaking, the Forbidden Lands were divided into 2 categories. The first category, officials, emperors, and emperors respectively ruled small, medium, large, and top-tier Forbidden Lands. The second category, Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supreme, Primordial Great Being, Primordial Great Being, Primordial Great Being, Primordial Great Being, and Primordial Supreme Being, all ruled small Forbidden Lands respectively. They were in charge of beginner, medium, advanced, top tier, and super. After all this time, the Forbidden Land I'm in now is only the entry level of the first category, a small Forbidden Land ruled by an official. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian immediately felt a huge blow. His entire body sagged as he shook his head and sighed. Just a moment ago, he thought that he was a super big shot, but now he knew that he couldn't even be considered a runner. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. Boss, don't belittle yourself too much. The 5 great levels of the Supreme Starry Sky Forbidden Lands do indeed exist in this vast void. However, no one dares to say exactly where they are, but Old Cow is completely confused. I don't have the qualifications to come into contact with that level. Seeing Yi Xian's depressed mood, the Green Ox changed the topic and immediately started to explain. In fact, even if it's a top-notch forbidden area overseen by an undying emperor, this old ox has only heard of one. Moreover, it's just a rumor, and I can't be sure if it's true or not. Basically, in the tens to hundreds of trillions of kilometers around our star field, the only real forbidden area that exists is a large forbidden area ruled by an undying emperor, as well as a few medium-sized forbidden areas ruled by an undying emperor. Phoenix Blood Forbidden Area. Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land is one of the latter. After saying this, Yi Xian felt better. After adjusting his mood, he threw all the thoughts of reaching beyond his grasp to the back of his mind. He took a deep breath and said, so, let's just ignore the top-tier Forbidden Land ruled by an Emperor-level Undying for now. Even the large Forbidden Land ruled by an Emperor-level Undying in the surrounding star field, we'll ignore it for now. Right now, the most important thing is to first enter the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Grounds and the other mid-sized Forbidden Grounds with Emperors. First, we'll lure and kill 10 officials, then we'll refine the 2 pills we need to break through to Emperor level, before we do anything else. Yes. That's what I meant. After chatting for a while, they finally returned to the real business. The Green Ox immediately became excited again. It raised its hooves and snorted, then he continued, let's start from Phoenix Blood Star region. I'm familiar with that place. Although I've been away for more than 1,000 years, there shouldn't be any changes in the forbidden area. It shouldn't be a problem to lure out a few marquee-level Undyings and kill them. In that case, this matter is settled. In a few days, the 2 of us will pack lightly and go on a long journey together. Taking another deep breath, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before continuing, let's set the departure date for tomorrow. After all, my subordinates have just gone through a great battle and have not completely settled down here. This king still has some matters to attend to, you don't have to follow me anymore. If there's anything you need to do, just deal with it yourself. Come back here at this time tomorrow. After we meet up, we'll set off immediately." The green bull nodded and didn't dawdle any longer. After snorting, it turned around and left. At this time, Yi Xian sent a message to the group of Undying's old monsters under his command with his divine consciousness. He asked everyone to gather outside the atmosphere of the star where he was. He had some matters to attend to. After a short while, more than 100 Undying's old monsters under his command all arrived. They were divided into 3 camps and waited quietly outside the atmosphere of the star. There were more than 30 Undyings in the tribe of the survivors of Xianxia star. There were more than 60 Undying's old monsters in the captive army headed by the 3-clawed flood dragon. Finally, there were more than 20 Undying's ferocious beasts in the forbidden area that he had just subdued in this battle. This battle is over. I'm sure the trophies obtained by the small armies are being distributed and consumed. Stepping out of the atmosphere of the star under his feet, Yi Xian appeared in front of the more than 100 Undying's old monsters in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand, and many small space bottles were sent out by him. They fell into the hands of the Undying's old monsters in the 3 small armies under his command. Then he said, "This is the flesh medicine that I just refined. Distribute it. In the future, no one is allowed to step out of this void for a period of time. Except for some people who are on patrol duty, everyone else is to go into seclusion for a year. During this year, I'll go out occasionally, but I'll come back irregularly. After a year, I'll personally inspect the improvement of the overall battle strength of each small army. If there's anyone who slacks off, he'll be punished." While he was talking, the more than 100 Undying's old monsters in the 3 small camps had already raised their hands to catch the small space boxes that Yi Xian had sent out. After checking the boxes with their divine consciousness, all the Undying's old monsters gasped in an instant. Their eyes were blazing with light. Chapter 42-48. The next day, the green ox came as promised. Yi Xian had just finished deducing the level 22 pill and stood up after confirming that it was correct. Then, the 2 of them silently left the forbidden area in the starry sky and flew towards an area further away in the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian and Green Ox's purpose of this trip was to lure and kill marquee Undyings and use their flesh to refine the blood essence. According to Yi Xian's estimation, refining a level 22 pill would require at least 5 Undying level ferocious beast blood essences, and he only had 2 right now. The gap was not small. He still needed at least 8 more. 8 marquee Undyings couldn't just focus on one medium forbidden land. If they did, they would be discovered before they could even complete the mission. If they alerted the ferocious beast kings, it would be fine if only one came, but if 2 emperors appeared at the same time, even if Yi Xian couldn't beat them, he could at least escape. However, Green Ox would be in trouble. Hence, the 2 had already discussed that these 8 marquee Undyings could only be killed in different medium forbidden lands. They couldn't kill more than 3 marquee Undyings in each forbidden land. There were only 2 mid-grade forbidden grounds that the Azure Ox knew the exact location of. One was the forbidden grounds of Phoenix Blood that it was originally at, and the other was the forbidden grounds of Behemoth that was an entire 10,000 kilometers away from the forbidden grounds of Phoenix Blood. There were 2 emperors in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, and they were both birds. That was where the name of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood came from. As for the outer Behemoth forbidden land, there were 2 emperors as well, but they weren't birds. Instead, they were copper behemoths with extremely strong bodies. However, this information was from over 1,000 years ago. Even the Azure Ox did not know if the details of the 2 mid-level forbidden grounds had changed greatly during this period of time. After escaping from the Phoenix Blood Star area and spending hundreds of years to break through to the titled Marquis realm, he had never returned after coming out of seclusion. After settling down in the small forbidden area of the starry sky, he devoted himself to cultivation and rarely went out. These two mid-grade starry sky forbidden grounds were the targets of Yi Xian and the Green Ox's journey. They would first head to the forbidden Phoenix Blood grounds before heading to the forbidden Behemoth grounds. Of course, these were only two intermediate space forbidden lands. If the two agreed to kill no more than 3 undyings, they wouldn't be able to get 8 blood essences. However, the Green Bulls still knew of 2 small forbidden areas that only had marquee-level immortals guarding. These 2 small forbidden areas happened to be on their way to the Phoenix Blood forbidden area. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to obtain at least 4 to 5 marquee-level immortals in these 2 small forbidden areas. Vicious Beast Blood Essence. If that was the case, then the following 2 intermediate space-restricted areas would only require 1 to kill 2 officials each. The risk of being discovered would be much lower. The Phoenix Blood Star area was nearly 10 billion miles away. Even with the cultivation of Yi Xian and the Green Ox in the Marquee realm, it would still take them more than 20 days to get there at full speed. If they were to count the time spent in the 2 small forbidden areas, they would need at least a month. After leaving the small forbidden area that they had just taken down for so long, Yi Xian was still worried. However, it couldn't be helped. Marquee-level immortals weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. It was inevitable that they would have to travel far in space to kill them. A few days later, the two traveled at full speed and left behind nearly 2 billion miles of space behind them. At this time, they finally arrived at the first small forbidden area on their way to the forbidden Phoenix Blood ground. Roar! Raising his head and roaring, Yi Xian didn't hesitate to use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and directly entered the 6th transformation. His body didn't slow down in the slightest as it continued to expand. In a few short breaths, it had already reached a height of 10 million meters, like a small star. The power emitted from his body also skyrocketed to the 3rd level of Emperor level. It was unprecedentedly powerful. Beside him, the Green Ox, who had shrunk his body to the same size as Yi Xian and was only 10 feet tall, also activated the majestic power of blood in his body and instantly transformed into a giant green ox that was 1 million feet tall. Unfortunately, although this kind of body was already like a small meteor, compared to Yi Xian, who was beside him, it was nothing. It was simply an unremarkable little thing. Roar! Roar! In a small forbidden area in the starry sky thousands of miles away, several fierce roars and roars suddenly came, followed by the roars of countless fierce beasts in the forbidden area. The vast void of the universe within thousands of miles was in an uproar. There are actually 3 marquee-level immortals. What a surprise! As Yi Xian's divine sense quickly extended outwards, everything within this small forbidden area of space that was tens of thousands of kilometers away was instantly investigated. According to the Green Ox, there used to only be 2 marquee-level immortals in this forbidden area. However, that was over 1,000 years ago. Today, there was obviously another ferocious beast leader that had broken through and become an official level leader. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's figure didn't slow down in the slightest. Before he could finish speaking, the pressure within his body had already spread out in all directions. His enormous figure was like a meteor that was flying through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed, rumbling as he sped forward. What? This is an Emperor-level space berserk ape? It's actually still Emperor level 3, there's no chance of winning this battle. Flee! Flee! As the strength of the titled Emperor realm spread out from Yi Xian's body, a few screams that were filled with boundless fear immediately sounded out from tens of thousands of kilometers away. The 3 marquee-level immortals in this small forbidden area didn't hesitate at all and turned to flee. They even split up and fled, each choosing a different direction and increasing their speed. The weakest one on the left, the early marquee level, I'll leave it to the old ox. Boss, the other 2 are mid-marquee level, they aren't much slower than the old ox, we'll have to trouble you then. Moo, a wisp of a cruel expression appeared on the corners of the green ox's mouth when it saw this scene. As it spoke, it raised its head and mooed. In an instant, it transformed into a green ray of light that shot towards the starry sky to the left. Xiao! Rumble! Yi Xian didn't even reply. In a flash, he blocked the path of one of the marquee-level immortals. Without saying a word, he blasted him into a bloody mist and kept it into his body. After sending it into the Shen cauldron for blood refinement, he flashed again and fled. Next to the ferocious beast commander in the other direction. Chapter 42-49. With just 2 punches, Yi Xian had killed 2 marquee immortal-level ferocious beast commanders. It wasn't that his opponents were weak, but that he was too strong. A peak early marquee immortal level against a middle marquee immortal level was like crushing an ant. It would be strange if he couldn't finish the battle with 2 punches. After the second marquee immortal's body exploded, the boundless blood mist was absorbed into his body. After sending it into the Shen cauldron, Yi Xian immediately removed the 6th transformation of the devil ape and returned to his original height of 30 meters. Even so, his cultivation was still at the 5th level of the marquee immortal. To the countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Lands, he was still an existence that they could only look up to. At this moment, the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Lands on the surrounding life stars had already fled in all directions, rushing to the surrounding void space. Yi Xian didn't plan on chasing after them at all. With a casual wave of his hand, the various spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and other cultivation resources within the 100 or so life stars in front of him automatically flew up, transforming into multiple streams that shot out from the atmosphere of the life stars, finally converging into a majestic stream. Yi Xian absorbed all of them into the farmer god cauldron. When he finished all this, the 2 streams of qi and blood that were just sent into the farmer god cauldron had been successfully condensed into 2 immortal-level ferocious beast blood essences. At this moment, the figure of the green ox also appeared in the void on the left. It had also returned to its original height of 30 meters. It held a ball that had been compressed to a radius of around 3 meters. It was the ferocious beast qi and blood after the early stage marquee body exploded. Green Ox was a late marquee immortal level after all, so it was naturally easy for him to kill a marquee immortal level ferocious beast blood essence. Besides, the marquee immortal level ferocious beast blood essence was already in a state of chaos due to the unexpected encounter with the marquee immortal level ferocious beast blood essence. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the ball of qi and blood in the green ox's hand and sent it into the Shen cauldron. In just 3 breaths, it was refined into a blood essence of a marquee-level ferocious beast. Together with the other 2, it was sent to the sealed space at the bottom of the volcano in the central region for safekeeping. Both Yi Xian and the Green Ox were very excited to have obtained 3 titled marquee blood essences in their first battle. The latter was even howling. Those who didn't know better would think that it was a green wolf spirit that looked like an ox. Boss, on this trip to the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, there's a second small forbidden land in the starry sky. Back then, there were only 2 undying marquises there. Perhaps the number has doubled, and it's possible that there are as many as 4. After excitedly imitating a few wolf howls, the Green Ox finally calmed down a little. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian and urged, "There's no need to pay attention to the other ferocious beasts in this small forbidden land. We'll bring the army back to annihilate them. Let's go to the next target first. A distance of 3 billion miles, I'm afraid it'll take 6 or 7 days to arrive." Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. He directly spread out his body and shot towards the front of the road. 6 days later, the second small-scale forbidden space zone appeared in front of them. The overall scale of this starry sky forbidden zone was actually slightly inferior to the previous one. There were only over 80 planets with life. However, what made Yi Xian and the Green Ox's eyes light up was something else. This small space forbidden ground with only 80+ life stars actually had 3 official-level undying beast commanders. What was even more coincidental was that of the 3, the weakest one was only level 1. It was obvious that he had just broken through recently, and if nothing unexpected happened, he should have just broken through recently. To Yi Xian and the Green Ox, this was definitely good news. With these 3 blood essences, he was only 2 blood essences away from the 10 blood essences of marquee-level ferocious beasts. This way, not only did they not need to go to the behemoth forbidden land guarded by the 2 copper behemoths, but they also only needed to kill 2 more marquee undyings in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood billions of miles ahead to complete the mission. They had set their target. Killing 3 official-level undyings in the same medium-level forbidden zone was completely different from killing just 2. The possibility of being discovered was obviously the lowest. With this surprise, Yi Xian and the Green Ox didn't hesitate at all. They immediately activated all the energy in their bodies and attacked. In a short time, they killed all 3 official-level undyings in this small-scale forbidden space zone and refined them into 3 blood essences, which were given to Yi Xian. They were stored in a sealed cave at the bottom of the central region volcano. At this point, the number of marquee immortal-level blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 8. If he wanted to, he could refine a level 22 pill on the spot. However, this wasn't urgent. After he gathered all 10, he could just refine them together. Xiao. At this moment, as the 3 official immortal rank ferocious beasts were killed one after another, the countless beasts in this small forbidden land had already fled under the lead of some immortal rank ferocious beasts. Yi Xian and the Green Ox still didn't chase after him. With a wave of his hand, the former plundered all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines within the 80+ life stars, as well as all sorts of other cultivation resources. After sending them into the Shenong Cauldron, he directly turned around and rushed towards the established route. At full speed, the last few billion miles were finally left behind by Yi Xian and the Green Ox. In front of them was the Phoenix Blood Star region that the Green Ox had been thinking about for more than 1,000 years. Counting the time, the 2 of them had actually spent 19.5 days since they had set off until now. They had been burying their heads in their journey without rest and sleep. However, even though the journey was long, he had obtained 6 marquee-level ferocious beast blood essences. It was all worth it. Right now, the last 2 marquee-level ferocious beasts blood essences needed to refine 2 level 22 pellets were all in Phoenix Blood Star Zone. Big brother, I have been away from this place for more than 1,000 years. Even the 2 small forbidden areas in the starry sky have changed a lot in the past 1,000 years, not to mention the Phoenix Blood Star area that is 50 million miles away. After stopping, the Green Ox turned to look at Yi Xian. He was obviously nervous. Perhaps this was the feeling of being close to home, even if there were no more descendants of his bloodline in this familiar space. Chapter 4250. You're familiar with this place, so I'll leave this matter to you. Yi Xian nodded and turned to look around. Finally, he raised his hand and pointed at an abandoned planet in the void to his right. With a flash of his body, he shot over. Be careful not to be exposed. If you can't capture an undying being, even a sector lord or a domain lord will do. Of course, it's best if it's an undying being. The information of an undying being is obviously more reliable. As he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared and entered the abandoned planet in front of him. The Green Ox did not say much. He concealed the aura in his body as much as possible. After that, he turned around and carefully approached the void of the universe in front of him. After entering the void that was only 10 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood, in order to prevent accidental exposure, the Green Ox did not continue forward. Using the cover of an abandoned planet, he lay dormant there. Fortunately, only half a day later, an ordinary undying level ferocious beast leader passed by with 2 universe-old monsters. Green Ox launched a thunderous attack, killing the 2 universe-old monsters and capturing the other ordinary undying level ferocious beast leader alive. Green Ox did not dare to stay for long and quickly whipped the other ordinary undying level ferocious beast. He turned around and returned to the abandoned planet where Yi Xian lay dormant. After searching the soul of this undying level ferocious beast leader, the Green Ox immediately fell into silence. The expression on his face was very unnatural, and he was speechless for a moment. Yi Xian could not be bothered to ask more. He directly attacked and searched the soul of this ferocious beast leader once. After he was done, he waved his hand and blasted the ferocious beast leader's body into pieces. He sent it into the Shenong cauldron in his body and condensed it into an undying level blood essence. After all, this was an undying being, so he could not waste it casually. At this moment, he already knew why the green ox was so depressed. Actually, Yi Xian had already expected this before he came here. In more than 1,000 years, the green ox, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the undying level back then, had leaped to become a 7th level commander with the cultivation base of the conferred marquis level. How could his immediate superior still be the same? What if he stayed in the conferred lord realm? That guy was already at the peak of the middle stage of the marquis immortal realm back then. Now that 1,000 years had passed, he was already an emperor-level beast king. Although he had just broken through 200 years ago and was only at the first stage of the emperor level now, he was far stronger than the green bull. Great realms could not be mentioned in the same breath. Of course, the ox had probably expected this. As a result, the reason why he was in such low spirits was not because his superior had successfully become a titled king and become a ferocious beast commander. The one that truly struck a heavy blow to the Azure Bull was its only son, the true culprit that caused the Azure Bull to leave its home and bear the infamy of colluding with the enemy, and all the descendants of its bloodline were annihilated. Back then, that fellow's cultivation base was even lower than the Green Bull's. He was only at the 8th level of the sempiternal realm. But now, after more than 1,000 years, the Green Ox's cultivation base had reached the 7th level of the marquis immortal realm. This originally made him rather proud. After all, it was the result of more than 1,000 years of painstaking cultivation. But in fact, the guy whose cultivation base was not as strong as his back then had now surpassed the youth, reaching the 8th level of the marquis immortal realm, a small level higher than the Green Ox. With another breakthrough, he would be at the peak of the 9th level. The reason for this was clearly because the young man's immediate superior had successfully broken through to the emperor level and become a ferocious beast king. He had taken care of his only son. To put it bluntly, the situation before them was actually a grassroots competing with a rich second generation, only to be slapped in the face. Alright, he has an emperor-level father, and is the only son. It's normal for him to cultivate faster than you. Seeing the Green Ox's depressed expression, Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and continued, "Isn't it just a marquis level 8? What's the big deal? Even his father is only at the 1st level of the emperor level. At most, I'll help you kill them all." "Don't." As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the Green Ox immediately raised his head, his eyes shining brightly again. "I don't care about the other ferocious beasts, but please leave these two to me. If I don't kill them myself, I'll be letting down the Oxhead beauties and Oxhead descendants who were slaughtered back then." "Stop." Hearing this old guy mention the Oxhead beauties again, Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart and quickly stopped him. He shrugged and said, "Alright, you'll break through to the emperor level soon anyway. Killing the young ones won't be a problem. Even the old ones, as long as you work hard, you'll break through to the 2nd level of the emperor level in a short time. But it's not completely impossible. When the time comes, you'll naturally have the ability to kill your nemesis." Speaking of this, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His expression instantly turned solemn as he frowned slightly. However, the situation in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood is a bit complicated. Not only has the territory expanded, but the number of planets with life has also increased from 6 to 700 to over 800 now. Even the ferocious beast commanders at the official level are close to 50 now. Of course, these aren't important. The most important thing is the ferocious beast kings at the emperor level. At this point, Yi Xian sighed. In the past, there were only 2 undyings here, but now, there are 4 of them. In the past 1,000 years, other than your direct superior, there was actually another conferred Marquis commander who successfully broke through to the conferred Emperor realm, a total of 4 emperors. Even if 2 of them are only at the first level of the Emperor level, no matter how weak they are, they're still emperors. Facing 4 emperors, it'll be fine if everything goes smoothly from now on. But if there's an accident that alarms these 4 fellows, I'll have to fight 1 against 4, and 2 of them are in the middle stage of the Emperor level. Their cultivation levels are higher than mine. This will definitely lead to disaster. Green Ox clearly understood this point. His mood was so low because, other than the blow he received, to a certain extent, it was also because he was frightened by the 4 emperors. Now that Yi Xian pointed out this matter directly, Green Ox immediately hesitated. After hesitating for a while, he said bashfully, "It seems that we can't take down such a middle-level forbidden land yet. If that's the case, there's no need for us to go to the Bimeng Forbidden Land anymore. Why don't we look around? See if there are any small forbidden lands in the surrounding areas?" What he meant was that he planned to do his best to bully the small forbidden lands in which there were only Marquis-level undyings. Just this little bit of ambition made Yi Xian speechless. Chapter 42-51. Boss, do you have a way to bring me away from the encirclement of 4 emperors? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Green Bull's eyes gleamed, and he immediately became excited. Is this true? Those are 4 emperors. It's not like you haven't seen them before. Back then, you, the space blood crocodile and that black bug attacked me at the same time. I'm also an official level, but didn't I escape in an instant? Seeing his suspicion, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. I think you didn't even find a single trace of me back then? I'll tell you the truth, I have an escape technique. Even if space is sealed, I can instantly leave, at least tens of billions of miles of space. Space, not to mention emperors, even emperors wouldn't be able to chase after me. That's right. Old Ox, actually forgot about this. After being reminded by Yi Xian, the Green Ox instantly became excited. At that time, you disappeared in an instant without leaving a single trace behind. There was no way to track you down, and even if you wanted to, there was no way to track you down. At that time, you even angered this old ox to the point of choking. Speaking to this point, he paused and grinned, continuing, if that's the case, we can change our hunting plan a little. Since we only need to kill 2 emperors, if we split it into 2, we'll lure them out one by one. Since that's the case, why not infiltrate the enemy camp and kill the 2 official-level undyings? Then, before the 4 emperor-level undyings react, you can use your heavenly movement technique to bring me an escape. This way, we can do it again. That way, we only need to attack once, and the chances of being exposed will be lowered to the lowest. Yi Xian naturally understood this logic. However, Green Bull's plan was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to execute. Not to mention other things, just encountering 2 emperors in the same life star was not something that could be controlled by humans. There were already more than 800 life stars in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. If Yi Xian and the Green Ox only hunted ordinary immortal-level beasts, then this matter would naturally be simple. Within these 800 or so life stars, each life star had more than 2 ordinary immortal-level beasts overseeing it. Yi Xian didn't even need to deliberately choose one to enter. As long as he attacked, he would be able to kill more than 2 immortal-level beasts at the same time. Normal undying level leaders could be killed instantly. However, if the target was an official immortal rank ferocious beast commander, the difficulty would instantly increase countless times. This was because every official immortal rank ferocious beast commander ruled over more than 20 life stars. They basically stayed in their own nest and rarely came out. To capture a life star with 2 undying level leaders at the same time, one could only rely on luck and wait. Frowning, Yi Xian immediately pointed out this point. Unexpectedly, after Green Bull heard this, not only did the smile on his face not disappear, but it became even wider. There was even a hint of wretchedness, which confused Yi Xian. Boss, the situation you're worried about isn't a problem at all, Green Bull grinned and continued mysteriously, "Dragon nature is lustful. Boss, you must have heard of this saying, right? In fact, even some alternative dragon beasts with true dragon blood flowing in their bodies are the same. Among the more than 40 Undying level leaders in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, there's such an existence. That guy is a blood sub-dragon. His cultivation level was at rank 3 Undying level 1 over 1,000 years ago. From the soul search just now, after 1,000 years of cultivation, his current cultivation level has already reached rank 9 Undying level. Perfect. However, in front of you, a rank 3 Undying level Emperor, he's just a piece of cake. You can kill him instantly. This blood sub-dragon had a bad habit back then. The old female dragon is a slut. Every once in a while, she would need to have sex. The other Undying level leaders in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood all had this kind of relationship with her. This matter is within the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. It's no longer a secret among the Undying level leaders. Otherwise, this old bull wouldn't have known about this back then. Judging from the information I got from the soul searching just now, this flirtatious old female dragon left her nest just 3 months ago. She snuck into a life star guarded by an old lover and fooled around for a few days. If nothing unexpected happens, she should come out of her nest again in the next few days. No matter which old lover's nest she goes to, the other party's identity is certain. He must be an Undying level leader. This old bull, I can guarantee that ordinary Undying level leaders won't be able to resist. The leader of the rot level ferocious beasts can't withstand her torment at all. At this point, Green Ox smiled proudly. This way, won't the opportunity of 2 marquee gathering in one place appear easily? As long as we keep an eye on this slut and make our move when she comes out of her nest to meet with her old lover, I guarantee that nothing will happen. Fail. There's such a thing? After he finished speaking, Yi Xian was so shocked that his eyes widened. At the same time, he felt extremely disgusted, and the feeling in his heart instantly became strange. Originally, it was a good hunt, but in the blink of an eye, it became an adulterous affair. The scene changed too quickly, and for a moment, it was hard for him to accept. However, although it felt strange, this was indeed a good opportunity. Just as the Green Bull said, if they were to lure and kill them one by one, although the number of 2 Undying level leaders wasn't a lot, there were only over 40 Undying level leaders in this forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, and every one of them had a high position and power. Although Yi Xian had the powerful battle strength of a level 3 Undying level leader, he could hide in the dark and make a sudden move when the opponent was caught off guard. Even if it was a level 3 Undying level leader, he was extremely confident that he could kill him instantly. However, the moment the Emperor aura burst out, no matter how fast it was hidden, the chances of it being caught by an opponent of the same level was very high. This way, although he could guarantee that the first move would be foolproof, whether there would be a second chance, was really hard to say. It was hard to say. No one dared to guarantee it. This way, it was better to let loose, not care about the risk of being exposed, and use all his strength to kill 2 Undying level leaders at the same time. It was more reliable. Thinking about this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He clenched his teeth and immediately made the decision, anyway, it's just one move. Once I succeed, I'll immediately retreat. So what if it's awkward? I'll go all out and do it. That's right, this is how it should be. Chapter 42-52. The inferior Blood G Dragon's lair was located at the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Yi Xian and the Green Ox didn't conceal themselves, but they restrained their cultivation auras to the Realm Lord level. This level of strength was neither high nor low among the beasts of the forbidden land. They didn't care about those above Undying level and didn't dare to provoke those below Sector Lord level. They were the most suitable. Apart from that, even the appearance of the Green Bull had changed. Yi Xian was still in the form of a space berserk ape because there were many space berserk apes in this forbidden grounds. However, it was impossible for the green ox. His ox children and all the ox-headed beauties had been annihilated all those years ago. If a green ox were to suddenly appear within this restricted area in the starry sky at this moment, then the effect would probably be no different than a firefly in the night, and it would instantly draw over. Countless gazes would be attracted. Helpless, the old fellow could only shake his body and transform into a starry sky berserk ape that had a similar cultivation and figure as Yi Xian. However, the fur on its body was green. After ascertaining that there were no flaws, the two of them swaggered all the way to the edge of the sub-blood G-Dragon's nest star and laid in wait. After patiently waiting for 3 days, the female dragon in the green cow's mouth finally appeared. Before they could see her figure, Yi Xian and the green cow were already keenly aware of the scent of spring. The two exchanged glances and smiled awkwardly. They immediately became alert. Soon, a figure dashed out of the atmosphere of the planet ahead. This figure wasn't very huge, only around 300 meters tall. However, the aura in his body was shocking. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Marquis level. It was 2 small stages stronger than the green ox, and 3 small stages stronger than Yi Xian in his normal state. However, on one hand, it was because Yi Xian and the green ox didn't deliberately conceal themselves. On the other hand, it was because the sub-blood dragon was currently in a rutting state. Furthermore, it was in its own lair, so its vigilance was very low. She didn't notice anything unusual. As soon as he emerged from the atmosphere of the star where the lair was situated, he immediately shot forth toward the space to his right. Looks like this rascal went to find that arrow-tailed porcupine. All the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Seeing the sub-blood G-Long charge out of the atmosphere and directly fly towards the space to the right, the green ox curled its lips. The words that came out of its mouth were clearly filled with a thick sense of jealousy. It immediately stunned Yi Xian, who was at the side. This old fellow was clearly interested in her as well. It seemed that other than the ox-head beauty, he also liked other types of beasts. Perhaps as long as it was a female, it would not be a problem. That youth back then wasn't even an official level, yet he dared to target the level 3 sub-blood G-Long. One could see that this fellow wasn't just a little lustful. Also, what do you mean by, all good cabbages are eaten by pigs? Let's not talk about whether the sub-blood dragon was a good cabbage, but even if it was, why would a cow look down on a pig so much? This logic was a little messy. Yi Xian was absolutely certain that if the immemorial porcupine was here, it would definitely fight him to the death with just a few words. Since they had already confirmed their destination, the two weren't in a rush. Because according to the green ox, the female dragon that had disappeared a long time ago would have a private meeting with her lover for at least a few days. It was enough for Yi Xian and him to rush over. They had arrived at their destination. When it said this, the green ox's tone was even more jealous. Hearing this, Yi Xian was drunk and completely speechless. A day later, the two finally arrived at the lair of the arrow-tailed porcupine. When they were still a few 100,000 miles away from this star, Yi Xian caught the thick scent of lust in the air. There was even a faint smell of pig. Most likely, the forbidden beasts on the star ahead were mostly the bloodline of the arrow-tailed porcupine. They were mainly from the bloodline of the arrow-tailed porcupine. A dragon, even if it was a sub-blood, would sneak into an extremely large pigsty to have sex. There was probably no one else who could do such a thing. Yi Xian felt strange. Beside him, the green ox kept sighing, his face full of resentment. "We're here. The adulterous couple is doing something. Once we enter the interior of the star, we can immediately take action." On the side, the green ox gnashed his teeth as if he had a deep grudge. He turned around and looked at Yi Xian. That arrow-tail porcupine inside is so lazy that no one can compare to him. Back then, he was already at the first level of the immortal Marquis realm. It hasn't even reached rank 6. In a while, I'll stop this dead pig. You first deal with that shameless wench, then attack the dead pig. This was the best plan. Even though the green ox could also kill the arrow-tailed porcupine, it was only a rank lower than him. The battle would definitely take a long time. This was obviously unacceptable. Hence, in this battle, he could only stop the arrow-tailed porcupine and prevent it from escaping. To this, Yi Xian didn't say anything. Those who could do more work, safety was the most important. After nodding, the two entered the atmosphere of the Life Star in the form of space berserk apes. Looking around, as expected, most of the forbidden beasts were arrow-tailed porcupines or other mutated beasts with the blood of porcupines flowing in their veins. However, there were other races of space beasts as well, including space berserk apes. Hence, Yi Xian and the green ox's arrival didn't attract much attention. At this time, after entering the atmosphere, the sub-blood Ji Long's energy instantly became dense and clear. Other than that, there was another aura of an immortal marquis. However, it was much weaker. After locking onto the location, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately shot over. In a flash, he appeared above the space a few thousand miles away from the sub-blood Ji Long. 9 Transformation of Demon Ape. 6th Transformation. An explosive roar came out of his mouth. Yi Xian's starry sky berserk ape's body was like a balloon that was being blown up as it rapidly expanded. Moo! On the side, the green ox who had been suppressing his anger for a long time raised his head and roared. He revealed his true form, 100,000 zhang tall, and charged towards a huge valley below. Just as he moved, Yi Xian had already completed the 6th transformation of the devil ape's bloodline ability. From the 1st to the 6th transformation, even if he activated them one by one, it would only take 6 breaths of time. Now, Yi Xian activated them all at the same time. In just 4 breaths of time, his body had already expanded to 10 million zhang tall. The aura in his body soared like a rocket to rank 3 Emperor Immortal from the world level he had been hiding before. Roar. Chapter 42-53. In the valley, a pitch-black arrow-tailed porcupine was having sex with the sub-blood dragon that had appeared earlier. The two of them maintained their sizes of about 1,000 feet as they fought intensely. What made Yi Xian completely speechless was that the fat arrow-tailed porcupine was actually being pressed down while the relatively slender sub-blood dragon was riding on it. It was pouncing on its wings while moving up and down. The scene was rather obscene. These two fellows immediately sensed the arrival of Yi Xian and the green ox. Their originally intense movements came to a halt in the blink of an eye as they turned to look at the sky above. In the next moment, the expressions of the sub-blood dragon and the arrow-tailed porcupine changed drastically at the same time as they cried out in shock, "Third stage Regis Emperor? This is impossible. Green ox. It's that damned green ox. It's actually not dead yet." Boom! Before the cries of surprise could end, Yi Xian's punch had already landed. He directly blasted the sub-blood dragon and the arrow-tailed porcupine, who were still connected together, into a bloody mist that quietly dispersed. At the side, the green ox, who was about to intercept the arrow-tailed porcupine, was stunned on the spot. It was shocked by the terrifying power of Yi Xian's punch and was dumbfounded. Whoosh! With a casual wave of his hand, the bloody mist that was spreading in the sky above the valley was split into 2. Immediately after, Yi Xian wrapped it into his body and sent it into the Shenong cauldron space to begin the blood essence condensation. Boom! Almost at the same time, the atmosphere of this life star instantly exploded. Even the entire life star was torn apart, emitting a terrifying thunderous sound that shook the heavens and earth. Under the sudden envelopment of this terrifying aura, at least 60% of the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden grounds in the atmosphere died. They were all torn apart by the raging wind created by the explosion of the planet's atmosphere. Screech, roar! Who dares to attack the commander of the forbidden Phoenix Blood Ground? That's the young man from back then? As the planet and atmosphere exploded at the same time, countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered. 4 figures appeared in the void of this life star at the same time, and incomparably cold roars and angry roars could be heard. It was a blood-red weeping blood-fiery phoenix. It was a crane-head azure luan without a single strand of other feathers. Its entire body was covered in azure feathers, and there was only a hint of captivating red on the top of its head. These two birds were both middle-stage emperors. Apparently, they were the two veteran ferocious beast kings of the Phoenix blood-forbidden land. As for the other two, one was an insectoid, and the other was a coiled horn dragon goat. They were both early-stage emperors. Apparently, they had just become ferocious beast kings in the past 1,000 years. The four feral kings were descending too quickly. From the time Yi Xian used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability to killing the subblood G-dragon and the arrow-tail porcupine with a single punch, it hadn't even been 3 breaths of time. He didn't expect that just as he put away the 2 separated blood mists of the fierce beasts, the 4 vicious beast kings would arrive. Duh. From the looks of it, it was fortunate that they found the opportunity to kill 2 marquee leaders at the same time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Xian and the Green Ox to split up and kill 2 marquee-level undyings in this forbidden land of phoenix blood. At this moment, with the arrival of these 4 emperors, just the terrifying auras from their bodies gathered together and completely sealed the shattered planet beneath their feet and the surrounding space within 10 million miles. Even though Yi Xian was a 3rd-stage emperor, he could no longer teleport. As for Green Ox, who was only a 7th-stage emperor, there was no need to mention it. Even though they knew that Yi Xian had a heaven-defying technique that allowed him to ignore the sealing force of this space and escape with him, they had not realized it yet. At this moment, in the distant space, 4 powerful emperors were heading in their direction. Staring, locking on with their auras, they were like tigers eyeing their prey. Therefore, the Green Ox's heart trembled as it directly tucked its tail between its legs and shrunk its neck. It didn't even dare to snort as it pitifully looked at Yi Xian. The expression on its face was simply pitiful, as if it was afraid that Yi Xian would throw it at him. It was as though he was trying to escape by himself. Don't worry. I'm not like you. If I say I'll bring you away safely, I'll definitely do it. Seeing this fellow's pitiful expression, Yi Xian instantly guessed what he was thinking. He rolled his eyes and grumbled, hearing his words, the weeping blood-fire phoenix, who was the strongest out of the 4 ferocious beast kings eyeing them from the surrounding space, who was already a 6th-stage emperor, which was equivalent to a pinnacle middle-stage emperor and was only 1 step away from the late-stage emperor, immediately started mocking him. Ferocious ape, you're already in this state, and you still want to escape with this damned Green Ox? I really don't know who gave you the confidence. Today, even you will have to stay behind. Although his words were arrogant, it was not a bluff. At least, from the current situation, it was indeed so. Yi Xian's 3rd-stage emperor might not be weak, but there were 4 other emperors of the same level around him. Even if 2 of them were early-stage ferocious beast kings and were slightly weaker than him, the other 2 were both middle-stage emperors. Both of them were mid-level Venerable Realm Masters, and killing a 3rd-order Venerable Realm Master was a piece of cake. There was no suspense at all. Xiao. Yi Xian did not care at all. After rolling his eyes, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god Cauldron from his undying world. At the same time, he reminded Green Ox, hurry up and go in. I'm retreating. Green Ox had been waiting for this moment. The moment it saw the farmer god Cauldron, which was controlled to a height of 3,000 feet, appear, it immediately became excited. Its body swayed, and its huge body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, entering the mist in the blink of an eye. The 9-colored mist at the mouth of the farmer god Cauldron disappeared. At the same time, the 4 emperors who were watching covetously from the surrounding space exclaimed at the same time, that bastard is actually escaping? Attack immediately. The farmer god Cauldron. It's actually the legendary primordial treasure, the farmer god Cauldron. Stop him and take that cauldron. An artifact of the era that only exists in legends. Who would have thought that it would be real and appear before our eyes? Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, the four ferocious beast kings attacked almost at the same time. The vast space within 10 million miles of them completely froze at this moment. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could no longer see what happened next. Just as Green Ox turned into a faint light and entered the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, he waved his hand and put away the cauldron. At the same time, he ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. Order. Chapter 42-54. Whoosh. Along with the faint sound of something breaking through the air, an undetectable light flashed in the air where Yi Xian was originally standing. His figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Boom. Rumble. It was only then that the attacks of the four ferocious beast kings in the surrounding void finally arrived, but they all missed and were completely ineffective. The scene was so unexpected that the four feral kings were caught off guard. As their faces paled in shock, cries of shock and disbelief filled their voices echoed at once. What? He vanished just like that? What technique is that? It's definitely not teleportation. There's no sign of spatial energy ripples, but his figure clearly vanished in an instant. Damn it, I can't even deduce where to start tracking him. What secret technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. What a pity for that cauldron, a treasure of the primordial era, to be lost just like that. Blue Ox. That damned Blue Ox is actually still alive. See, wasn't I right all those years ago? If he hadn't secretly contacted other intermediate forbidden zones, how could he have risen to rank 7 Marquis Immortal in just over 1,000 years? The last sentence came from the coiled horn dragon goat who was a rank 2 Immortal Emperor. This fellow was the ferocious beast commander that the youth had pledged his loyalty to, and he had harmed Blue Ox for his only son. In just over 1,000 years, his only son had grown to late-stage Marquis Immortal, and he himself had broken through a major realm to become a ferocious beast king. Even so, he still panicked when he suddenly saw Blue Ox again today, and there was even a hint of fear in his heart. The reason was actually very simple. As far as he was concerned, even though it was only a form of slander when it was said that the Green Bull had secretly colluded with other mid-grade forbidden grounds, it had clearly turned this sort of slander into reality after it fled. Today, he brought a third-level undying ferocious beast king back to Phoenix Blood Starfield. It was definitely not just to kill the two ferocious beast commanders, the Subblood G-Dragon and the Arrow-Tail Porcupine, for no reason. Back then, Green Bull and these two Marquis-level undying ferocious beasts, there was no enmity between them. In fact, Blue Ox had secretly fantasized about Blue Ox many times back then. Judging from the current situation, Blue Ox's purpose was clearly to demonstrate his dominance. That fellow had gone mad. Killing Blue Ox, who he had secretly fantasized about for years, was clearly a deliberate show of determination. His determination to take revenge for what had happened back then. Blue Ox's own cultivation was naturally unable to do that, but since this fellow had a rank 3 ferocious beast king by his side, it meant that he must have made a name for himself in that unknown intermediate forbidden zone. Otherwise, why would a rank 3 ferocious beast king follow him to Phoenix Blood Starfield to do such a boring thing? Normally, a mid-level space forbidden land with emperor-level undyings would definitely not have just one emperor as their pinnacle strength. Hence, if Green Bull managed to convince 2 emperors to attack him in the dark, he would be able to do so. Blue Ox, with his rank 2 Immortal Emperor cultivation base, would die without a doubt. Even though he was one of the 4 titled kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, he was still the weakest among them. Once another powerful mid-level forbidden land of Phoenix Blood decided to kill him, the other 3 ferocious beast kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had to consider the overall situation. In the face of benefits, they might not necessarily fight to the death to ensure his safety. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the coiled horn dragon goat completely panicked, almost jumping and roaring in the void. Flustered and exasperated, he said, "We must find that damned ox. Find him, and we can find that rank 3 violent ape." The Shannon Cauldron is an era treasure of the primordial era, and its significance is extraordinary. Everyone, are you willing to give it up just like that? He was clearly forcing the other three immortals to express their stance. In fact, these three immortals were indeed unwilling to give up on an era treasure of the primordial era. Hence, even though they all saw through the coiled horn dragon goat scheme, after exchanging a few glances, they all nodded and agreed with the former's words, "Give the order. Leave half of the Marquis-level Ferocious Beast Commanders and Undying Ferocious Beast Leaders in Phoenix Blood Starfield. The rest are to move out immediately and start searching. Focus on the intermediate forbidden zones in the nearby starfield. Don't alert the enemy, just search in secret. No matter what, we must find that blue ox and confirm the whereabouts of the Shenong Cauldron." As these orders were given, Phoenix Blood Starfield, which had more than 800 life stars and occupied a vast territory in the universe, was instantly mobilized. More than 50 Marquis and Undying Ferocious Beast Commanders. More than 1,000 Undying Ferocious Beast Leaders. In an instant, half of them formed their own teams and led even more ferocious beasts below the immortal realm to charge in all directions of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. They began a large-scale exploration of the starry skies. Xiao. A faint air-piercing sound was heard, accompanied by an almost undetectable flash of light. The next moment, Yi Xian's figure quietly appeared, still in the form of the raging star ape that was more than 10 feet tall. Looking around, he quickly determined where he was now. It was the Mulberry Starfield where the first interstellar jump coordinates had been imprinted on this universe's plane. Not long ago, Yi Xian led the Mulberry Starfield's remnant tribe and the entire captive army away from here, heading to the small forbidden zone ruled by Blue Ox. It took him a long time to get there. But now, although he returned to Mulberry Starfield with the interstellar jump coordinates, it wouldn't take too long for him to go to the small forbidden zone again. Once he activated the 9-demon ape transformation and entered the 6th transformation, he would be able to become an Undying Emperor. With the support of the Undying Rank 3 strength, he would need at most 2 days to reach there. However, Yi Xian didn't plan to rush back immediately. He decided to stay in Mulberry Starfield and condense the level 22 pill that he urgently needed soon. After making his decision, a light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he directly summoned the Shenong Cauldron. Then, with a thought, Blue Ox, who had entered the Farmer God Cauldron earlier, turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the Farmer God Cauldron's mouth. Moo. As soon as the figure appeared, Blue Ox let out a dissatisfied moo. To him, it had only been a few breaths of time since he entered the Farmer God Cauldron. This old fellow was planning to explore inside, but before he could raise his hooves, he was forcefully expelled. Chapter 42-55. A level 22 pill? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the green ox's eyes lit up. It swayed its tail and ran to Yi Xian, drooling as it asked, "Is this what you said earlier? It can make a level 9 pinnacle conferred Marquis become a level 9 pinnacle conferred Marquis for a short period of time after consuming it? A treasure pill that can immediately break through the bottleneck of a large realm and become an Undying Emperor? Why are you still asking if you know?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes and warned again, "Go to the side and watch. Don't let anything disturb me. This kind of treasure pill requires 5 Marquis-level ferocious beast blood essences to refine. We only have 10 now. If I'm disturbed and one is spoiled, then, it's on you." Moo. Upon hearing this, the green ox stomped its hooves and stood up in shock. "Don't worry, boss. If anyone dares to come within 5 million miles of me during the refinement, I'll immediately kick them to death." With that, it turned around and rushed toward the void in the distance. From 5 million miles away, it raised its hooves and spun in circles, as if it was patrolling until it saw the treasure pill. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yi Xian did a somersault and arrived at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, 10 blood essence beads the size of nascent soul fists appeared in his right palm. These 10 blood essence beads would be used together with the last bit of flesh and blood essence refined from the remains of the quasi-primordial Almighty One Phoenix treasure body to form Yi Xian's refinement this time. The basic ingredients for the level 22 pill. Of course, apart from these two basic ingredients, according to the formula of the level 22 liquid that Yi Xian deduced, he would also add a large amount of top-grade precious herbs, as well as about 10 drops of all evil origin liquid and other top-grade resources. Yi Xian's experience in the concoction of the gene cultivation liquid had already made one's hair stand on end. Previously, he had even refined a level 21 pill. Therefore, he was very confident in refining a level 22 pill this time. With 10 immortal rank fierce beast blood essences and all kinds of top-quality resources, he was more than 80% sure that he could concoct 2 level 22 pills at once. Even the possibility of 3 treasure pills appearing was more than 50%. After all, he was the one who was at the top earlier. During the second refinement, he used 5 immortal rank vicious beasts blood essences to create 2 level 21 pills. 10 marquee immortals could basically guarantee the refinement of 2 rank 22 pills. However, 2 wasn't a fixed number, 3 or 4 were possible. Of course, the probability of 4 appearing was less than 20%. Out of caution, Yi Xian analyzed the level 22 pill formula that he had already deduced and carefully reviewed twice. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he waved his hand and prepared all the resources and all kinds of top-grade precious materials and medicines needed for the formula. "I'm ready." Then, he closed his eyes, inside the Shenong cauldron, at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! Faint sounds of breaking through the air rang continuously. Rays of light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central region volcano and appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. They suddenly paused and hovered. It was Yi Xian refining the level 22 pill for this time. All kinds of top-grade materials and cultivation resources prepared for the level 22 pill. All that was left was the flesh and blood pulp made from the remains of the Luan Feng bird of the quasi-desolate age. 10 immortal rank vicious beasts blood essences. 10 drops of all evil origin liquid. And all kinds of top-grade precious materials and medicines that were so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. Whoosh! The next instant, below all the resources, a majestic Shenong 7-colored flame roared up from the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. It instantly condensed into a 7-colored cauldron that was about 3 meters in radius. It was small and simple, and it emitted an extraordinary aura. As this small flame cauldron formed purely from the Shenong 7-colored flames took shape, the blood essence and other materials that had been prepared beforehand all flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron that was only a few feet wide. From then on, the level 22 pill refinement officially began. A level 22 pill was enough to make a level 9 immortal rank pinnacle immortal become an emperor in an instant. This kind of resource was unimaginable to the major clans and top forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. In fact, the level 20 elixir that could make an undying old monster was already enough to make them go crazy, let alone a level 22 pill that could make an emperor. Adding on the various top-tier resources prepared for the refinement of the level 22 pill, just the 10 blood essences of the marquee immortal rank beasts were extremely hard to obtain. Hence, Yi Xian was especially solemn this time. He put all his focus on controlling everything. He performed one pill refinement technique after another, transforming them into obscure and mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron and fell into the central region volcano below. Inside the energy cauldron at the bottom. As far as he was concerned, there was absolutely no room for failure in this refinement. Time slowly ticked by. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a huge roar suddenly sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the flame pool in the central domain. The cauldron formed by the pure Shenong 7-colored flames instantly dispersed, and a stream of 7-colored flames flowed out like a great river. Whoosh! Roaring, it rushed back to the flame pool below. Above the flame pool were 3 round beads the size of an infant's fist. Although they were the same size as the blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood red in color and emitted a dense blood energy. As for these 3 beads, although they were also the size of nascent soul fists, they were suffused with rainbow colors. There was a layer of incomparably dreamy light on their surface, and they emitted an ancient and heavy aura. A level 22 pill. It could allow an official level 9 pinnacle undying to break through to Emperor level 22 in a short period of time after swallowing it, a treasure pill. There are actually 3. The moment the treasure pills were out of the cauldron, Yi Xian's voice sounded from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron above the central region volcano. It was filled with a strong sense of surprise. Originally, he thought it would be considered good if he could successfully refine 2 level 22 pills this time. He was even mentally prepared to only get 1. After all, he didn't have much experience in refining treasure pills this way. At most, it was limited to the level 21 pill from before. The possibility of unexpected situations happening was still very high. However, the final result was something that even he didn't dare to believe. Not only was the refinement extremely smooth, but he even got 3 level 22 pills in the end. This was definitely a shocking surprise. Chapter 4256. Yi Xian had originally planned to store the 3 level 22 pills in a small, high-grade spatial bottle. He wanted to keep them in his undying world as soon as possible to prevent any loss of medicinal efficacy. However, a muffled sound of thunder suddenly came from the sky above his head. Looking up, he saw an extremely dense tribulation cloud condensing. He immediately understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had almost forgotten about this. How could there not be a pill tribulation for level 22 pills? However, this did not matter. Whether it was the pill tribulation or the heavenly tribulation that would descend after breaking through to the immortal realm, to Yi Xian, they no longer posed any threat. On the contrary, they had become a way to make himself stronger. This was a great opportunity. Although it was said that the more the better, the more the merrier, the more the merrier. This kind of opportunity to temper the body and cleanse the soul, Yi Xian did not refuse. The more the merrier. Screech, after his heart relaxed, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a fierce roar. He stood up, waved his hand, and put away the Shenong cauldron under his feet. Then, he directly rushed towards the dense tribulation cloud that covered thousands of miles above his head. Rumble. Gotcha! In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion of thunder sounded out, followed closely by an incomparably clear sound of lightning. A blazing lightning bolt that was over 30 meters thick instantly smashed down and landed on Yi Xian's body. As for the 3 level 22 pills that had just been refined, they were protected under his body. Of course, he could not completely protect them from the tribulation lightning. If that was the case, the pills would not be baptized by the lightning, and the medicinal efficacy would not be at its most perfect. What Yi Xian was doing right now was only using his own treasure body to first filter the lightning tribulation that was smashing towards him before striking at the 3 treasure pills. Only in this way would he be able to ensure that the effects of the treasure pills would be better, and at the same time, no accidents would occur. Even the pill tribulation of level 22 pills could not cause much damage to him, who had been walking the path of body refinement and whose physical body had long been tempered to an astonishing level. On the contrary, the cultivation power in his body would be stirred up again because of this wave of tribulation lightning. To Yi Xian, this was exactly what he wanted. This time, he had refined 3 level 22 pills. If there were no accidents, the pill tribulation that would descend should also be 3 waves. What came crashing down today was only the first wave. This bolt of lightning was pale gold in color and was more than 10 feet thick. It completely submerged Yi Xian's entire body. After all, it was a level 22 pill tribulation that could help a cultivator break through to the king-ranked realm. The destructive power contained in the tribulation lightning was extremely terrifying. Even with Ye's incomparably strong body, he was almost burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Very quickly, this wave of tribulation lightning directly rushed out of his body after baptizing his body. Under the guidance of Yi Xian's divine sense, it charged towards one of the 3 level 22 treasure pills that were floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, it struck the pill. At this moment, the pill, which originally had a weak pill halo and had an aura that was originally reserved, immediately released a dazzling glow. An aura unique to the king-ranked Undying emanated from within and spread to the surrounding void. Thousands of miles away, Green Ox, who was rushing over because of the sudden surge of tribulation clouds, was stunned on the spot. His body trembled, and he stopped abruptly in the void. Immediately after, he seemed to have realized something. His eyes shone with an extremely intense light. He raised his 4 hooves and charged toward the area where Yi Xian was undergoing the pill tribulation. He was so excited that it was as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. He cried out, "Moo! Boss, is this the rhythm of a successful refinement? I can smell the fragrance. This is definitely a supreme treasure pill that can help me become a king-ranked Undying saint. Moo!" Yi Xian ignored this guy. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of cultivation resources from the Undying world in his body. This included 5 drops of all evil origin liquid, a purplish gold top-grade flesh medicine with a radius of 100 meters, and so on. Immediately after, all the cultivation resources were compressed by the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain into a fist-sized pill. He swallowed it directly. The moment it entered his throat, these cultivation resources turned into a warm current that flowed along Yi Xian's limbs and bones. They started to circulate rapidly. Hua! Hua la la! As this torrential energy circulated rapidly in Yi Xian's body, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. This time, the shackles of human potential that appeared in his body were not just 1 but 2. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Almost at the next instant, 2 huge bolts of lightning struck down from the thick black tribulation clouds that covered the sky. This time, the last 2 waves of lightning struck at the same time. Roar! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he roared angrily and leaped up to meet the lightning head-on. In the blink of an eye, the 2 waves of lightning entered his body and pushed the energy river that was circulating in his limbs and bones to refine rapidly. After half a breath, the 2 pill tribulation lightning bolts that had been purified rushed out of his body and struck the other 2 level 22 treasure pills below him. At this point, the tribulation of these 3 supreme pills was completely over. When the thick black tribulation clouds in the distant sky above his head dispersed, Lin Xian waved his hand. The clothes on his body, which had been destroyed by the tribulation lightning, instantly looked brand new. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind, ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 6 Marquis Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, level 6 Marquis Immortal. This was only the first sentence. As a result, 2 shackles had appeared within his body. As a result, before the breakthrough was complete, Yi Xian already knew that he'd received another rare 2 consecutive breakthroughs. As expected, the second system notification rang out very quickly, ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 7 Marquis Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, level 7 Marquis Immortal. Level 7 Marquis Immortal was the late stage of this realm. Before this, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation had already reached the 5th order of the Marquis Immortal realm. Once he activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength would soar again, directly reaching the 6th order of the Marquis Immortal realm. If he used the 9-demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach level 3 Emperor Immortal. However, level 3 Emperor Immortal was only early Emperor Immortal. And now, as Yi Xian's original body once again broke through twice in a row, he advanced to the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal in one fell swoop. Once he activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape. Chapter 42-57. The tribulation clouds dissipated, and the pill tribulation ended. Yi Xian's breakthrough this time also came to an end. Now, in his normal state, his cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal realm, the same level as the Green Ox. At this moment, because of the tribulation and breakthrough, he did not enter the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape true form. It was the original form of a human. The Green Ox ignored all of this. Perhaps this old fellow had already guessed the reason, or perhaps his attention was completely attracted by the 3-level, 22 treasure pills under Yi Xian. In fact, the latter was more likely. At this moment, the Green Ox was staring at the 3 treasure pills under Yi Xian with its huge eyes that were emitting green light from time to time. Not only did it not look away, it did not even blink. That expression was simply like a love-struck fool, causing Yi Xian to feel a chill in his heart. After the pill tribulation ended, these 3-level, 22 pills that had undergone the baptism of the lightning tribulation were already shining brightly. Even a fool could tell that they were top-notch resources from the aura emitted from them. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 3 high-quality small space boxes from the undying world in his body. There was 1 pill in each box, and all 3-level, 22 treasure pills were put away. With a flip of his hand, they disappeared and were sent into the central region volcano in the Shen cauldron. In the sealed space at the bottom. A level 22 treasure pill could only be consumed when one's cultivation level reached the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. If one succeeded, one would be able to break through the bottleneck of a large realm in a short period of time and directly advance from the Marquis Immortal realm to the Emperor Immortal realm. Although there was a certain chance of failure and he would need to consume a second level 22 treasure pill, the materials that Yi Xian used to refine the treasure pill were all refined using the divine Nong 7-colored flames. This kind of strange flame originally had an extraordinary ability to increase the medicinal effect. Power. Therefore, the treasure pills refined by Yi Xian, regardless of whether they were level 21 or level 22 pills, this situation would basically not appear. Right now, Yi Xian and the Green Ox were only at the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. They were still a distance away from the 9th level of the perfection, so it was not suitable for them to consume them now. Keeping it in the spatial treasure bottle was the right thing to do. However, although the Green Ox knew this, the level 22 pill was too tempting for him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he dreamed of it. As a result, when he saw Yi Xian directly put the 3 treasured pills away in a box, the old fellow panicked on the spot. He raised his hooves and was about to fight with Yi Xian. Moo! Where did this little bastard come from? You actually dared to take away this bull's treasure pill. Take it out immediately. Otherwise, this bull will fight you to the death. Whoo whoosh whoosh, as he spoke, the Green Ox had already raised his hooves in the void. He lowered his head, as if he could charge straight at Yi Xian at any time. Yo, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've grown a temper? Yi Xian sneered and did not say much. However, he gave the Green Ox a look that said he had to experience it himself. Hearing this, and especially after meeting Yi Xian's cold gaze, the Green Ox immediately trembled and returned to his senses. Boss, it's not that I'm excited, but this treasure pill is too important to me. I didn't even see it clearly and you took it away. I'm anxious. After trembling for a moment, the Green Ox immediately changed its move and pitifully charged towards Yi Xian. It stopped by his side and snorted. It seemed that it was indeed quite anxious. Your cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. What's the use of being anxious? Even if I throw one to you now, you can't swallow it. Yi Xian rolled his eyes speechlessly and turned to leave. If you're really anxious, you should first raise your cultivation to the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. My original body is also at the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. There are only 2 levels of difference. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be able to break through within 2 months. By then, I'll have to swallow one first. As for you, I've already given you the flesh medicine I made. It's enough for you to reach the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. If you're really anxious, you can go back and cultivate in seclusion. Moo. Cultivate in seclusion, I want to cultivate in seclusion. When he heard that Yi Xian would reach the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal realm in 2 months, he would be able to swallow a level 22 treasure pill and raise his original body's cultivation to the Marquis Immortal realm in one fell swoop. The green ox had obviously suffered quite a bit of stimulation. It raised its head and let out a wolf howl. Without any hesitation, it actually rushed in front of Yi Xian and rushed towards the small forbidden area in the starry sky. Both of them were Marquis Immortals, and they were at the late stage of the Marquis Immortal realm. When they used their full speed, they were naturally extremely fast. In just 2 days, the small forbidden area in the starry sky, which had become the temporary base camp of Yi Xian's army, could be seen in the distance. It hadn't even been a month since Yi Xian and the green ox left. Nothing unexpected happened in the base camp, and the hundreds of life stars were all very quiet. Whether it was the army of survivors or the army of captives, they were all on one life star after another. They were all in seclusion. Only a small number of battleships were left to patrol the void and be on alert. The green ox didn't stay any longer. He returned to the life star where he was originally stationed and entered seclusion immediately. With the light purple and gold flesh medicine given to him by Yi Xian and the stubbornness of the old ox, he was able to cultivate in seclusion. Besides, it had been a long time since he reached the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. Therefore, although it was impossible for him to complete the 2 small breakthroughs before swallowing the level 22 treasure pill in 2 months, half a year was not a problem at all. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. After returning to the base camp, he entered the life star he had chosen immediately. He waved his hand and took out the Shenong cauldron. He jumped into the cauldron and directly appeared at the bottom of the volcano in the central region to begin his seclusion. However, the purpose of his seclusion this time wasn't to cultivate. After all, he had just broken through 2 small levels because of the 3 waves of level 22 treasure pills. Even if he had a huge amount of top-notch cultivation resources, he could still push his cultivation strength up a few more small levels. However, doing so would be akin to spoiling the seedlings to help them grow. If it weren't for the situation, it wouldn't be necessary at all. The only purpose of Yi Xian's seclusion this time was to deduce the perfect formula of the level 23 pill. Chapter 42-58. Inside the Shenong cauldron, at the bottom of the central region volcano. Only Yi Xian and Shi Wanjin, who hadn't woken up yet, were inside the central region volcano. As for Flying Centipede, Old Monster Inji, and the 8 Vajra, they were all in secluded cultivation in the mountain range of the cauldron. Their cultivation levels were not bad, but ever since they followed Yi Xian into this corner of the desolate ancient world fragment and encountered a large number of powerful beasts, they were no longer strong enough. It was precisely because of this reason that Yi Xian threw them into the cauldron after experiencing 2 great battles in the Mulberry Tree Star region. Even the demon cultivator scouts led by Gue Haidao and Song Qingyu were the same. Their mission was to cultivate and break through. At the bottom of the central region volcano, Shi Wanjin was lying in a cage on a mountain wall far away. His aura was very weak. Yi Xian had already treated him as a dead man and had completely forgotten about his existence. Yi Xian sat cross-legged beside the flame pool on the bottom of the ground. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. However, he didn't cultivate. Instead, he fully activated the powerful divine sense of the late-stage Marquis Immortal realm. Together with the devouring system in his body, he began to deduce the perfect formula of the level 23 pill. Unknowingly, his mind had been completely immersed in it. He had completely forgotten everything around him. He even forgot the existence of his own self. His mind was almost like an inertia, cooperating with the devouring system in his body. Deduce with all his might. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. In the past 5 months, Yi Xian's figure hadn't even swayed once. Until now, his shoulders suddenly moved slightly as if he had passed away. Then, his eyes, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened. A ghostly light flashed from the depths of his eyes as Yi Xian's consciousness completely returned. After nearly 5 months of all-out deduction, the perfect pill formula for the level 23 pill that could help him become an immortal emperor in one fell swoop was finally successfully deduced. A level 23 pill could allow an emperor level 9 pinnacle being to break through to emperor level in a short time after consuming it. The pill formula was even more complicated than the level 22 pill. However, when Yi Xian deduced it, he originally used the various resources in his hands to try and combine them. Therefore, the pill formula for the level 23 pill required all sorts of cultivation resources to refine it. It was simply a sea of resources. However, Yi Xian basically had all of them. The only thing he lacked was the blood essence of an emperor-level fierce beast. To make a cauldron of level 23 pills, he would need at least 5 pieces of emperor-level fierce beast blood essence. The more blood essence he had, the more pills he would be able to make. For example, this time, he added 10 pieces of emperor-level fierce beast blood essence of an emperor-level fierce beast to make the level 22 pill. Blood essence, he unexpectedly made 3 level 22 pills. If nothing went wrong, using 10 emperor-level beast blood essences to refine a cauldron of level 23 pills, if everything went smoothly, the number of level 23 pills he refined would very likely reach 3. Of course, if he only used 5, he could make 2 level 23 pills. However, the chances of making 2 would be even lower. However, to Yi Xian, it was meaningless to ponder about this now. Because he didn't even have a single emperor-level beast blood essence. He wasn't in a rush. He hadn't even consumed the level 22 pill, he still had plenty of time to make the level 23 pill. However, in the subsequent expeditions, they would have to start preparing for the blood essences of Emperor Immortals. After all, there were fewer Emperor Immortals than Marquis Immortals. They were harder to hunt. Previously, they had collected 10 Marquis Immortals. It was already so difficult. Now, he needed 10 Emperor-level beasts blood essence. The difficulty was obvious. It wasn't something that could be done in a day. He could only slowly accumulate them. 5 months have actually passed. After calming himself down, Yi Xian checked the time. This time, he had actually used a full 5 months of time to deduce the pill formula. This was the result of the previous 4 months, and only half of the pill formula was left. In other words, it took him almost 10 months to deduce the perfect pill formula for a mere level 23 pill. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This was only a level 23 pill. What about the level 24 pill used to break through to Emperor level? Wouldn't it take him more than a year just to deduce the pill formula? Furthermore, in this 1 year, he couldn't do anything. He had to focus all his attention, not sleep or rest, and deduce continuously. Thinking of this, even he couldn't help but sigh. This method of using gene cultivation fluid to train the body, tearing apart the shackles of the human body's potential, and pushing the evolution of life, although breaking through major realms was extremely fast, and after breaking through each major realm, the breakthroughs of the 9 minor realms were also very fast. Basically, as long as the accumulation of energy reached a certain level, one could smoothly break through. But not to mention other things, just the amount of mental energy needed to deduce the pill formula was a little outrageous. This was Yi Xian, who had a huge amount of resources, and all of them were rare top-notch resources. If it were anyone else, other than spending a large amount of time to deduce the pill formula, the amount of refining materials after deducing the pill formula would probably be enough to drive people crazy. It would directly drive them crazy. However, the world was like this. Everything was two-sided. After he sighed, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and gradually calmed down. Master. Just as he stood up from the ground, a call suddenly sounded in his ears. It was filled with sincerity and respect, and it came from the right. Yi Xian was caught off guard and almost jumped in fright. As if it was a conditioned reflex, he subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Then, Shi Wanjin's figure appeared in his line of sight. At this time, this guy had already stood up and was in the cage of the mountain wall not far away. He bowed slightly and looked at Yi Xian with extreme respect. Previously, when his Dao foundation had been snatched away and he was like a cripple, Yi Xian had already refined him with a mutated slave seal and taken him as a servant. The reason Yi Xian didn't kill this guy was, on one hand, because of the 9 Berserk Lion transformation bloodline ability. On the other hand, it was because he had already been refined into a servant, so it was impossible for him to have any ill intentions towards Yi Xian. Therefore, at that time, Yi Xian threw some cultivation resources directly into his body, including a drop of all evil origin fluid. Chapter 42-59. It's actually you? Not only have you woken up, but you've also undergone a rebirth and entered the universe grade? Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw who had called out to him and sensed the faint cultivation aura of the other party. This fellow had only been at the universe grade before his Dao foundation had been stolen. He had been lying in this cage like a dead dog ever since and had been forgotten by the entire world. However, he now possessed the strength of a universe grade the moment he woke up. This was simply too shocking. It should be known that the 8 great guardian warriors, who had been slightly weaker than him in terms of cultivation base, were only universe grades now. How many resources had they spent following Yi Xian around? After all this time, they were still inferior to him. They didn't even need to cultivate. Instead, their cultivation had soared the moment they woke up. This was simply too shocking. If the 8 great guardian warriors knew about this, they would probably feel like they had nothing left to live for. Huh. It's actually, the annihilation poison physique? After some investigation, Yi Xian immediately started searching through the information database of the engulfing system in his body. He soon found all kinds of information about Shi Wanjin that had just been updated. That's right, this fellow had indeed undergone a rebirth after his Dao foundation had been stolen. Furthermore, his cultivation had indeed reached the universe grade that even Yi Xian couldn't believe. However, what really shocked Yi Xian was Shi Wanjin's physique. What was the annihilation poison physique? Yi Xian had never heard of it before. However, now that Shi Wanjin had woken up and was right in front of him, the engulfing system in his body immediately started investigating, identifying, and analyzing the annihilation poison physique. This was the explanation given for the physique. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew that it was definitely extraordinary and seemed to be quite powerful. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian immediately checked the description of the physique carefully and quickly understood. The annihilation poison physique was indeed extraordinary. Although it couldn't be compared to some extremely strong innate physiques, it was only an acquired physique because it was formed after a nirvana. However, among all the powerful acquired physiques, it was definitely one of the best. Not only would it allow one's cultivation base to rise very quickly, but more importantly, this type of physique also had the attributes of lightning body and poison body. It was simply a tyrannical and highly toxic substance that could not be touched. The reason for this was because Shi Wanjin's bloodline had absorbed a large amount of other energy during the process of his nirvanic rebirth. After his Dao foundation was taken away, Yi Xian had thrown him into a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Every time Yi Xian found something good, he would refine and purify it with the Shenong unusual flame in the central domain. Yes. Among them, there were various types of energy. Basically, they were all toxins and impurities that had been expelled by the Shenong unusual flame. These things floated around, and each time, Shi Wanjin would absorb some of them. For example, after obtaining a large amount of Sky Centipede's poison from the flying centipede, Yi Xian had sent the Sky Centipede's poison, which had an extremely strong body tempering effect, into the central region's volcano of the Shenong cauldron. During that process, the large amounts of poison expelled from the Sky Centipede's venom by the Shenong alien flame had spread inside the central region volcano. Some of it had been absorbed by Shi Wanjin, becoming the energy and elements for his rebirth, body, and bloodline. One of them, this was just an example. In fact, there were many similar examples. It was all of these that created the current Shi Wanjin. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This was really fate making fools of people. He didn't expect that he would accidentally create such a powerful subordinate with a powerful poison physique. However, this was also a good thing. No matter how strong Shi Wanjin was, he wouldn't be a threat to Yi Xian. After all, he had already been subdued by Yi Xian's mutated slave seal before his rebirth. This had already been deeply imprinted on his soul. Deep in his soul, he wouldn't waver even if he faced the threat of death. Your path foundation was seized and you were thrown here like a dead dog for several years. During this time, you were even poisoned once or twice by the impurities and toxins expelled by the Shenong unusual flame when it purified various resources. Even so, you didn't die. You even underwent a rebirth and woke up with a universe-grade cultivation base. I don't think anyone else has such a tough life. Yi Xian looked at Shi Wanjin strangely. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly as he spoke. If he hadn't seen this with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed it even if someone else told him about it. Forget it. Since you survived, it means that your life isn't meant to end. The grudges and entanglements between you and me have been completely erased with your rebirth. In the future, this ye will never remember. Everything between you and my master will start from now on. A new beginning. In the end, Yi Xian shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he removed the mountain cage and allowed Shi Wanjin to walk out of it. Then, he threw out a small space box that contained some top-grade flesh medicine and cultivation resources. After all, Shi Wanjin's constitution was extremely extraordinary. His cultivation base started at the universe grade. Not only did his cultivation base improve quickly, but his future growth was also very promising. He was also very astonishingly loyal and loyal to no one else. Naturally, a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources had to be poured in to nurture such a subordinate. Although the universe grade isn't considered weak, it's still far from enough in this void. Take these cultivation resources and go to the mountains outside the central region's volcanoes. Find a cave abode and cultivate there. I hope you can step into the immortal state as soon as possible, or even become a marquis. Otherwise, this Star Master really doesn't have anything weaker than the immortal state. What's the use of it? After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand again and sent Shi Wanjin, who was bowing to him, out of the central region's volcanoes. The interior space of this huge volcano wasn't something that anyone could enter easily. The central region at the bottom of the volcano was the core flame pool of the farmer god cauldron. There were also several super-large sealed caves below that stored all of Yi Xian's leaves. Yi Xian's most precious resources, the reason why he had placed the flying centipede, old Freakinji, Shi Wanjin, and the others inside was because the mountain cage restricted their movements. Now, there was no need for that. The interior space of the farmer god cauldron outside the central region's volcanoes had continuous mountain ranges. There were plenty of places to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 4260. Boom. Moo. As soon as Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the atmosphere of the star under his feet and came to the outer space of the universe, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the giant star where Green Ox was in seclusion. Even the atmosphere of the star was affected by it. The star rolled up. It was followed by an incomparably high-pitched moo, which was the voice of the old green ox. The moo was filled with endless joy. Listening to the sound, it was not the feeling of the 7th level of Marquis Immortal. It was not even the 8th level of this realm, but the perfection of the 9th level. Yi Xian's eyes lit up instantly. If there was no accident, Green Ox should have made a breakthrough, and this was the second time. His cultivation strength had risen from the 7th level of Marquis Immortal before the seclusion to the 9th level of Marquis Immortal. After all, it had been more than 5 months. Before the seclusion, this old thing had been in the 7th level of Marquis Immortal for a long time. He was very close to breaking through to the 8th level of Marquis Immortal. In addition, Yi Xian gave him the light purple and gold flesh medicine, so he should have broken through to the 8th level of Marquis Immortal more than 4 months ago. Now, after more than 4 months, he broke through again and reached the 9th level of this realm. This earth-shattering moo spread hundreds of millions of miles. The hundreds of life stars in the entire small space forbidden area were all alarmed. Figures rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars one after another. They were the higher-ups of the remnant tribe who had come out of seclusion, as well as the captives such as the 3-clawed flood dragon. There were dozens of immortal old monsters in the prisoner council. This included the 20 or so immortal-level ferocious beast leaders who had joined because of the Green Bull. After more than half a year of secluded cultivation, 7 or 8 of these immortal realm old monsters had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the immortal realm with the help of a large amount of flesh and medicine. Including the 3-clawed flood dragon. These 8 immortal old monsters only needed 1 level, 21 pill to break through to the Marquis Immortal realm immediately. At that time, the battle strength of Yi Xian's army would be greatly improved. Its structure would also be more reasonable. Over 100 undying old monsters, 8 official-level undyings, plus himself and Green Cow, the 2 emperor-level undyings, just from the strength of the undying level and above, this was equivalent to a medium-sized forbidden space area. However, Yi Xian had only refined 2 level 21 pills. After using one, he only had 1 left. It was not suitable to give it to anyone. This gave him a headache. In addition, there were more than 20 universe-old monsters below the immortal rank who had broken through to the universe 9th perfection this time. Half of them were from the remnant powerhouses and the captive army. Yi Xian still had more than 60 level 20 pills in his hands. He would be able to distribute them when he returned. At that time, there would be more than 20 immortal realm old monsters in his camp. Moo, before his subordinates, who had rushed out from the other 100 or so stars, could greet Yi Xian, another earth-shattering moo sounded out from the giant star in front of them. The next moment, a huge figure rushed out from the inside of the planet. It was very fast, and its aura was very majestic, stirring up the atmosphere of the giant planet into chaos. The figure that charged out of the stars was the Green Ox. As soon as the old fellow charged out of the atmosphere and saw Yi Xian's 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape, he immediately changed directions and charged over with his 4 hooves raised. He looked very excited and kept shouting, "Boss, it's so good to see you as soon as I come out of seclusion, moo. I finally broke through to the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal realm. Boss, where's the treasure pill you were talking about? Hurry up and give me one. I'll turn around and go into seclusion again. I'll become an emperor immortal and fulfill my wish. Moo." After he finished speaking, his figure had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. His terrifying true body, which was originally hundreds of thousands of meters tall, had rapidly shrunk on the way here. Now, it had also shrunk to a height of 30 meters. He stood in front of Yi Xian and pitifully looked at him, "Xiao." There was a faint sound of breaking through the air. Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and a level 22 pill transformed into a light beam and shot out. Moo, seeing the treasure pill of his dreams appear and transform into a light beam and shoot towards him, Green Cow excitedly raised his head and roared again. After that, it opened its mouth and caught the light with its mouth, then stretched out its neck and swallowed it. This is bad, this old ox actually couldn't taste anything from this kind of precious pill. This is too wasteful. After the treasure pill entered his stomach, Green Cow was stunned on the spot. The surrounding undying old monsters and universe old monsters thought that something had gone wrong. When they heard him say such a sentence, they rolled their eyes and were almost struck by lightning on the spot. Moo, boss, I'm going. When we meet again in a few days, I'll be conferred the title of king. Moo, moo, moo. Just as everyone was feeling depressed and speechless, the green ox suddenly twisted its fat head and turned around to charge towards the giant star that it had come from. Along the way, it let out incomparably excited moos. The long-cherished wish that it had dreamed of for many years was about to be realized, even if it was conferred the title of Marquis. Even if he was an undying, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Soon, Green Cow's figure once again entered the atmosphere of the giant star in front of him and disappeared. After the undying old monsters and universe old monsters in the void watched his figure disappear with envious expressions, they seemed to have thought of something. Almost at the same time, they all turned their heads to look at Yi Xian. Their eyes were all green. Those who didn't know better would think that they had encountered a group of wolf demons. Among them, the green light in the eyes of the more than 29th stage old monsters and the 8 undying stage 9th stage old monsters led by the 3-clawed flood dragon were the most intense. This was because, like Green Cow, they had also reached the bottleneck of a large realm and urgently needed a treasure pill to break through to the next large realm. The only difference was that Green Cow wanted to break through to the undying stage, while they wanted to break through to the ordinary stage and the seal stage. It was only the Marquis undying stage. The treasure pills for breaking through to different large realms are different. There are more than 60 of them that are suitable for the old monsters of the universe. You guys are lucky. Nodding, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out more than 20 level 20 hydraulic compression pills. Each of the 20 or so universe 9th stage old monsters who were about to break through to the undying stage received one. Once the treasure pills that they had coveted for a long time were in their hands, all of them cheered. After thanking him profusely, they did not stay any longer. They turned around and left one after another. This was obviously the same as Green Cow. They were about to enter seclusion and break through to the next large realm. Chapter 4261. Yi Xian did indeed have a level 21 pill that could be used to break through to the Marquis level, but he only had one. This level 21 pill was specially prepared for the flying centipede. The flying centipede was stronger than the 3-clawed dragon by a small level, and he had been in closed-door training for a long time. If there were no accidents, he would probably come out in the next 2 days. When that time comes, Yi Xian would give him the level 21 pill to break through. Once he reached official level. Even though the 3-clawed dragon was on the same side, and had long submitted to Yi Xian, on one hand, this old man still didn't know the space berserk ape in front of him was Yi Xian. On the other hand, there were a total of 8 pinnacle undyings who had reached the peak of undying level 9 like him. No matter who Yi Xian gave this level 21 pill to, it wasn't appropriate. Such an important resource, one meant breaking through to official level. Even the most loyal of subordinates would have their own thoughts. The best way to deal with it was to leave the level 21 pill in his hand to the flying centipede. These 8 fellows in front of him, none of them would give it to him, and in the next batch, he would be able to maximize their enthusiasm for conquering. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He immediately spread out his hands. This king has only refined 2 pellets for breaking through to the Marquis Immortal realm. One of them was used by me back then, and the other one was used by the green ox. A pill for breaking through to emperor level. Not long ago, I added in some blood essence of ferocious beasts and various top-level treasures, leveling it up. Ah, the one Green Cow just swallowed, was it? What? Did that cow swallow our precious pills? Damn it, this. The moment Yi Xian finished, the 8 pitiful pinnacle undyings around him were enraged. They all looked towards the huge star where Green Cow was in closed-door training, their faces filled with anger. However, when they thought about how that existence was at the pinnacle of the conferred Marquis realm, an entire realm stronger than them, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a conferred king in a few days. The 8 peak undying beings immediately became listless and turned to look at Yi Xian. Come over. Boss, you can even make a pill for breaking through to Emperor level so casually. This official level pill must be easy for you, why not? At this point, the 3-clawed flood dragon was about to rub itself against Yi Xian's body. Its face was full of flattery as it said, "Why don't we refine another furnace? We'll be done very soon. It's just a small matter. Piss off." Yi Xian rolled his eyes on the spot. He spread out his hands and said, "Refining is simple, but without the materials, even a clever woman can't cook without rice. Could it be that you think this king has some kind of great divine ability to create something out of nothing? To make one official level pill, I need 5 blood essence of ferocious beasts. I need 5 immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences. 8 pellets means I need 40 immortal rank blood essences. I don't even have one right now. Where am I supposed to refine them?" Hearing that the request was so simple, the 3-clawed dragon became excited again. "Boss, do you only need the blood essence condensed from the flesh and blood of immortal level ferocious beasts? Is it okay for early immortal level ferocious beasts? As long as they are immortal level, it doesn't matter if they are early or middle immortal level. 5 in total." Nodding his head, Yi Xian finally added, "Of course, the stronger the cultivation of the 5 blood essences of the fierce beasts, the better the quality of the treasured pills refined will be. If all of them are at the late stage of the immortal realm, then it would be safe." "Ho, this king can guarantee. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Find a forbidden area in space and kill them directly." After figuring out the situation, the 3-clawed dragon's eyes shone with hope again. He said excitedly, "I'm already at peak level 9 of immortal level. What's the big deal about killing 5 mid or late immortal level ferocious beasts? Boss, let's go now." Hearing that, the other 7 peak immortal level old monsters also asked to go. Even the other 100 or so immortal level old monsters who hadn't reached peak level 9 of immortal level all did the same. Although they didn't need Marquis level pills now, 5 blood essences condensed from the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts at the same level as them were not easy to get. It was necessary to save up in advance. In an instant, the battle intent of these 100 or so immortal level old monsters was unprecedentedly aroused. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were all shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was the result that Yi Xian wanted. He was very satisfied with it. However, it was obviously not the right time to go. Besides Green Ox, he still needed to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, once he rushed to Phoenix Blood Star area, he would be courting death. "We do need to go on an expedition soon, and the target is a medium-sized forbidden area in space where there are emperors." As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand, turned around, and flew toward the life star he had come from. "However, before we go, I need to make another breakthrough. The same goes for Green Ox. Be patient and wait for a few more days." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already passed through the atmosphere and entered the life star. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian set up an isolation array. Then, he took out the farmer god cauldron and stepped into the space inside the cauldron through the 9-colored fog. As soon as he entered the farmer god cauldron, he was greeted by 10 rays of light. Flying Centipede and the others had indeed come out of seclusion. After checking the cultivation aura of the 10 people, Yi Xian was very satisfied. Old Monster Silver Pole had already broken through to level 4 of immortal level, so he didn't need a level 21 pill for the time being. As expected, Flying Centipede had broken through to level 9 of immortal level. In addition, the 8 Great Guardian Warriors had also successfully broken through to level 9 of immortal level. It was time for them to take a level 20 pill. There was no doubt that after these 10 people completed another round of seclusion, Yi Xian would have 1 more marquis and 8 ordinary undying under his command. Furthermore, they would be his most loyal subordinates, which made him feel very gratified. Xiao. Xiao, 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 with a wave of his hand, 9 small space boxes containing 1 level, 21 pill and 8 level, 20 pills were sent out by Yi Xian. They landed in the hands of Flying Centipede and the 8 Great Guardian Warriors respectively. Alright, you don't need to interfere in the recent expedition. Just focus on cultivating in the space inside the cauldron. When you reach the bottleneck of level 9 of Immortal level, come out of seclusion and apply to me for a pill to break through. Chapter 4262. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian retrieved a large amount of cultivation resources from his undying world. 10 drops of all evil elixir, 200 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, as well as all sorts of top-grade treasured herbs and body-tempering materials. He even cut off a leg of a primordial creature's corpse from the sealed caves at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Farmer God Cauldron and roasted it with the Farmer God's 7-colored flames until golden oil dripped out. This leg was taken from the body of a powerful bird of the quasi-desolation level. Although it was only a small piece, it was still several hundred cubic meters in size. After being purified by the Shenong 7-colored flame and removing the impurities, there was still about 200 cubic meters left. Yi Xian divided these 200 cubic meters into 2. 1 half was left at the bottom of the volcano, while the other half was taken out. At this moment it was suspended in front of him along with the all-evil elixir and other top-grade cultivation resources. With a thought, the Farmer God Cauldron's domain was activated. These cultivation resources suspended in front of Yi Xian were compressed in the blink of an eye, turning into a round ball the size of an infant's fist. Then, Yi Xian opened his mouth and swallowed it, rolling into his stomach. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. The ball that he swallowed instantly transformed into an incomparably majestic river of energy. It carried an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as it surged within Yi Xian's 4 limbs and 100 bones. It moved like a raging flood. An intense stinging sensation came in the next instant. This time, it was too intense. Perhaps it was because of that small piece of flesh from a quasi-primordial bird, but the energy was extremely violent. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the colorful fog at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron. Even the expression on his face had become hideous because of the pain. At this moment, the 1.08 billion pores on his body were all gushing with precious light. His entire person was like a god, blooming with a blinding brilliance that no one could look at directly. Whoosh! Walala, inside the body, the clanging sound of the chains continued to be heard. At the same instant that this scorching energy river split open, Yi Xian's physical body treasure body had already been shaken due to his life potential being shaken, and 2 shackles of human body shackles appeared. The appearance of these 2 shackles caused Yi Xian to subconsciously heave a sigh of relief. The reason why he had specially roasted a small piece of the quasi-desolation level bird's flesh was because he was worried that if he didn't, the 2 shackles in his body wouldn't be triggered during this breakthrough. But now, everything had been settled. The only thing that needed to be done was to activate the scorching river of energy that was surging inside his body and tear apart the 2 shackles that had quietly appeared. Hua! Walala, boom! Rumble! From this moment on, Yi Xian's body treasure body seemed to be turned upside down. The clanging sound of the chains did not stop for even a second. Along with the clanging sound, there was also the loud rumbling sound of the surging river of scorching energy shaking the 2 shackles. Time slowly passed by amidst this earth-shattering rumbling sound. Every second, Yi Xian was enduring endless pain. In the end, he was even numb to it, forgetting the existence of time. After an unknown period of time, when his consciousness gradually returned in the end, he noticed that the continuous rumbling in his body had actually disappeared. The incomparably scorching river of energy had long disappeared, and the 2 shackles that appeared during this breakthrough were no longer traceable. A wisp of clarity surged into Yi Xian's mind, and he was extremely happy. He knew that the breakthrough was complete, and what would appear next would be the long-awaited system notification sound. After this breakthrough, when all the cultivation resources were swallowed into his stomach, the potential in Yi Xian's body was shaken. What appeared in his treasure body was still 2 shackles. Therefore, before the breakthrough was complete, Yi Xian already knew that this breakthrough would happen again. It was rare to see 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The expected second system notification sound was like a fairy's voice to his ears at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, Marquis Immortal Level 9 Perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the body Qi and blood. Current realm, Marquis Immortal Level 9 Perfection. Marquis Immortal Level 9 Perfection. Before this, Yi Xian's original body had already reached the 7th order of the Marquis Immortal realm. Once he activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength would soar to the 8th order of the Marquis Immortal realm. If he used 9 transformation of demonic ape and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the 5th level of Emperor level. Emperor level 5 was the middle stage of this realm. This time, after his cultivation base experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs, his original body advanced to the 9th stage of the Marquis Immortal realm in one fell swoop. Once Yi Xian activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape 9 transformations, he would be at the peak. His battle strength would instantly reach Emperor level 7, which was already Emperor level late stage. The extent of his battle strength increase was simply unimaginable, but this was clearly not the end. It could even be said that this time, Yi Xian's breakthrough was only the beginning. The previous 2 breakthroughs were all preparation for what was to come next. Next, he would consume the level 22 pill that he had just refined not long ago. Once everything went smoothly and the medicinal effects of this level 22 pill were completely refined, Yi Xian's level of life would rise once again. From then on, he would become an emperor. Xiao. Xiao Xiao Xiao, without any hesitation or even any intention of resting, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand again. From the undying world within his body and the Shenong cauldron beneath him, he took out the second batch of cultivation resources that he had already prepared. The other 100 cubic meters of quasi-desolate level bird treasure body meat he roasted before breaking through. The 100 cubic meters of purple gold top-tier flesh medicine. 5 drops of all evil origin liquid, and various other top-tier resources. But this time, they were all body-strengthening type. Finally, and the most important, was the level 22 pill. The cauldron of level 22 pills he made before had a total of 3 pills. He gave 1 to Green Ox, so there were 2 left. The one Yi Xian took out was the best of the 3. Soon, the farmer god cauldron's domain was activated again. All the flesh medicine and other resources were compressed into a round bead the size of an infant's fist. Yi Xian opened his mouth and swallowed it first. Boom! A heaven-shaking rumble that was almost exactly the same as when he broke through sounded out. However, this time, Yi Xian's feelings weren't as painful as before. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the level 22 pill floating in front of him. As soon as it entered his mouth, it turned into a clear stream that flowed down his throat. Chapter 4263. Hua. Hua la la, within Yi Xian's body, the sounds of the chains clanging resounded. This time, the chains that appeared within his body were thicker than ever before, right before his chest, extending all the way to his abdomen. This thick chain represented the emperor level. The moment it was torn apart, Yi Xian would instantly become an emperor level undying. Before entering this ancient desolate world fragment, the strongest warrior he had met was only an official level undying. However now, in a short 2 years, even he was about to become an emperor level undying. Thinking about it all felt like a dream. This void fragment was indeed a true holy land for cultivation. Now that the king-conferred realm was about to arrive, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Xian to obtain the strongest battle prowess here. On the contrary, this was only the beginning. The true glory would begin after he broke through to emperor level, with a bang. With this kind of absolute determination, Yi Xian activated the great river of energy within his body. He forcefully endured the intense pain that he had never felt before and continuously charged for an entire day and night. In the end, a loud, clang, sound was heard. This was the thickest part of the breastbone within his treasure body. The strong shackles were finally broken. Rumble. Rumble, almost at the same time, in the void of the universe outside the planet with life under his feet, a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over in an instant. The number was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. It enveloped the entire planet, as if the original atmosphere had been covered again. The second layer was a black atmosphere. Of course, it was a semicircle, only in the space above his head. This was after all the emperor-level calamity. Its power was naturally much stronger than before. It was natural for the clouds to be of such scale. Yi Xian stood up, waved his hand, and stored the Shenong cauldron into his body. With a single step, his figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in a desolate space tens of millions of kilometers away from this small forbidden area. Right now, his cultivation base had already reached the titled Emperor realm. All he lacked was the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. However, he didn't dare to let the other subordinates in the space forbidden land fight with him, otherwise, other than Green Bull, no one would be able to survive. As Yi Xian's figure moved, the terrifying tribulation cloud that originally enveloped the life star instantly dissipated. At this moment, a large amount of tribulation clouds began to appear in the air above him. Although the untainted land world had already collapsed into pieces, and the will of heaven and earth, which represented the heavenly Tao, was missing, the Dharma that governed the operation of all things had not changed. Even if this was an incomplete fragment of the void, the Dharma of the heavenly Tao was still there. The old laws were still operating on their own. Hence, the lightning punishment would definitely come, locking onto Yi Xian. No matter where he ran, he couldn't avoid it. In fact, he didn't need to escape. Facing the lightning punishment that would make any cultivator's face change, Yi Xian didn't have the word escape in his dictionary. Roar. He raised his head and roared. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind, and the aura in his body was completely activated. His entire body was like a blazing human-shaped star, and within his body, endless treasure light was blooming, passing through the 1.08 billion pores on his body. It shot out, crack. As if it was because it felt Yi Xian's provocation, the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In a short span of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Rai Di Seal. Yi Xian called out softly. With a wave of his hand, the Rai Di Seal that was suspended above his sea of consciousness shot out and hovered above his head. However, there was a strand of qi concealing it, preventing it from being seen by the experts of the captive armies from the three main planes of space. In that case, Yi Xian's identity would be exposed in an instant. Screech. With the appearance of the Rai Di Seal, an incomparably high-pitched screech resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal cheering. To it, this kind of king-conferring tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. Back then, the thunder sparrow that was refined into a thunder spirit was only at the third level of the immortal realm. But now, because of the nourishment of the Rai Di Seal, it had already broken through to the 9th level of the immortal realm. The lightning tribulation this time wasn't only Yi Xian's fortuitous encounter, it was also its fortuitous encounter. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Thunder Emperor's seal would become even more powerful, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal would most likely break through to the marquee immortal realm. At this moment, the thunder spirit's cheers were clearly filled with excitement and excitement. It had long been unable to hold back and wanted to rush out. It was impossible for Yi Xian to allow this, because if that happened, then his identity would be exposed as well. Obediently wait in the Emperor's seal. There should be 3 waves of purple gold lightning in the king conferring tribulation. This star master only needs the last wave. The first 2 waves will be left to you and the Emperor's seal. Slightly raising his head, Yi Xian spoke. Listening to the content of his words, it seemed that he was actually distributing the 3 waves of lightning tribulation above his head, as if he was distributing important resources. Before he finished speaking, the first wave of purple gold lightning had already struck down. Although it fell towards Yi Xian's head, not a single bit of it leaked out. It was all absorbed by the Rai-D seal. Screech! In an instant, the thunder spirit's cheers came from the Emperor's seal once again. At this time, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. A purple gold lightning bolt that was thicker than the previous one, reaching 100 feet in length, instantly pounced over. This time, Yi Xian still didn't make any movements. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai-D seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost in the next moment, an even more cheerful and tyrannical howl came from the Emperor's seal, emitting a dense aura of a conferred marquis. The Emperor's seal's thunder spirit had finally broken through. Count yourself lucky. Curling his lips, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly kept the Rai-D seal into his body. Once again, it floated above the sea of consciousness in his mind. Immediately after, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. Crack! The last wave of tribulation lightning was even more terrifying. It was still purple gold in color, but its diameter had reached 3,000 meters. Compared to it, Yi Xian's human body was like an ant. Roar! With a furious roar, Yi Xian did not dodge or dodge in the face of this most powerful wave of tribulation lightning. Instead, his figure shot forward with a wild roar, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Boom! Rumble! The terrifying explosions continued without end. From this moment onwards, the vast expanse of space within a radius of millions of kilometers was enveloped by the sea of purple gold lightning. Even the void trembled slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. The lightning wreaked havoc for 3 breaths of time. In the end, the entire vast sea of lightning, along with the endless tribulation clouds in the sky, disappeared completely in less than half a breath of time. Chapter 42-64. The Emperor calamity was over. However, the dissipation of this wave of lightning meant that Yi Xian's power had entered a whole new level. Before this, his original body's cultivation level was already at the peak of the 9th level. After activating the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demonic ape bloodline, his strength soared again, reaching the 1st level of the titled Emperor realm. If he used 9 transformation of demonic ape again and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the 7th level of Emperor level. But now, Yi Xian's original body was already at the 1st level of the titled King realm under normal circumstances. Once he activated the Devil Ape bloodline and entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape, his battle strength would instantly reach the 8th level of the titled Immortal realm. He was only 1 level away from Emperor level pinnacle. It could be said that within the Emperor level, there was almost no one he feared. Rumble! Just as Yi Xian's heart was filled with emotions, the familiar rumbling sound of tribulation lightning suddenly sounded out from the forbidden area in the starry sky tens of millions of kilometers away. An extremely tyrannical aura surged over. It was the Emperor calamity. When he turned his head to look, Yi Xian discovered that the enormous star that the green ox sat on was also enveloped by an incomparably majestic black tribulation cloud. Over here, Yi Xian's Emperor calamity had just ended, but the green ox had already broken through. As long as he could survive this wave of lightning, he would instantly become Emperor level. 2 emperors? If so, in terms of high-level battle power, he already has the qualifications of a middle-level forbidden land. As he muttered to himself, a ray of light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. His figure flashed and he directly entered the enormous life star. Moo! Come and kill your grandpa ox, the moment he entered the star, he saw the green ox roar as he raised his head. He was so excited, it was as though he had just been injected with chicken blood. At this time, Yi Xian had already finished the lightning calamity and removed the aura around him. He had already activated the ancient demon ape bloodline within him and transformed into the space berserk ape form to avoid being exposed. Hence, his current cultivation level was only at level 2 Undying Emperor. Seeing the green ox in a daze, the space berserk ape rolled his eyes and kicked him. Are you stupid? Why are you howling here? If you want to undergo the calamity, scram, don't harm my underlings. Rumble. Ao Wu, after a huge explosion, the green ox's massive body was sent flying by a kick. It rushed out of the atmosphere and shot toward a remote void thousands of miles away. It even let out a miserable howl that sounded like a wolf's howl. Anyone who heard it would be moved. Rumble. As his figure disappeared into the distance, the boundless tribulation clouds that had originally enveloped this star also quickly dissipated. However, in the remote void tens of millions of miles away, a series of familiar thunderous sounds could be heard. Yi Xian didn't even plan on following them over to take a look, nor did he plan on protecting them. The green ox's foundation was quite solid. On one hand, he had a solid foundation. On the other hand, this old ox was tough to begin with. It would be weird if he couldn't even withstand 3 waves. Ka. Ao Wu. Damn it, your grandpa ox is going to be struck to death, Wu. Not long after, with the first crisp cracking sound, in the remote void tens of millions of miles away, miserable howls like the howls of green oxen and wolves rang out one after another, continuing without end, and all of them were extremely miserable. It made one's hair stand on end. Those who knew would know that this was a calamity, but those who didn't would think that they were killing mad oxen for fun. All the experts in the starry sky who were not in closed-door cultivation in the small starry sky forbidden lands had been alarmed. A large number of survivors and captive experts appeared outside the atmosphere of each of the more than 100 life stars. They all had strange expressions on their faces. He gazed into the distant void. There were only 3 waves of calamity lightning. After that, all the calamity clouds dispersed. However, in a remote area tens of millions of miles away, the shrill howls that sounded like the howls of a mad cow lasted for 2 whole hours before it finally died down. Just as Yi Xian was about to lose his patience and was about to rush over and beat up that damn old ox again, the howl from the distant space finally stopped. Immediately after, a green light shot over. After reaching a distance of 10,000 kilometers, it stopped and swayed its small steps. Under the dumbstruck gazes of Yi Xian and the countless survivors and captive experts outside the atmosphere of the 100+ stars, it swung its hooves and walked away with its head held high. It came over. Did you see that? Did you hear that? That's the king-conferring calamity. This old ox actually made it through. I was struck so miserably, but now, I'm fine. This old ox has become a ferocious beast king. Ao Wu. The last sentence was a long and mournful howl, and it was obviously not an act. This old guy was kicked to the end of the universe by Yi Xian in his violent space ape state. 3 days after Yi Xian and Green Ox broke through to Undying Emperors, the survivors and captive warriors who had received level 20 pills from Yi Xian finally broke through one after another. At this point, the number of undying old monsters under Yi Xian's command had exceeded 200. More than 90 from the tribe of Mulberry Tree. More than 20 ferocious beasts under Green Ox. More than 90 from the captive warriors. And this was not including Flying Centipede, Silver G, Corpse Ancestor, Hitorigami, and the others. Among them, there were nearly 20 undying old monsters who were led by the 3-clawed Flood Dragon. Soon, this group of fellows would all become marquises. As for the Universe Old Monsters, Sector Lord Old Monsters, Domain Lord Old Monsters, and Star Lord Old Monsters, their numbers were even greater. In addition to the 2 kings of ferocious beasts, Yi Xian and Green Ox, this powerful space nomadic army finally had the foundation and qualifications to occupy an intermediate forbidden space zone. The third punitive expedition was a must. Boss, let's go. The target of the third expedition shall be the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. As if he'd guessed that Yi Xian was calculating the target of the third expedition, the green ox immediately raised its hooves and jumped in front of him. The ox tail behind it swung back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. I, the old cow, have been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years. Now, I, the old cow, have finally been conferred the title of king. Although I am still not a match for that coiled horn dragon goat, killing its son is not a problem at all. As for me, I will leave it to you, big boss. Take care of me. Seeing that Yi Xian was silent, the green ox jumped up and down anxiously. It repeatedly urged, in this kind of situation, if I can't immediately kill my way back, this old ox will definitely suffocate. Big brother, please take pity on me, Peng. Before he could finish, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and kicked him. As a king, his huge body was like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of millions of miles away. Along the way, his mournful howls resounded incessantly. Those who heard it would shed tears. Chapter 42-65. 3 days later, Yi Xian stepped out of the life planet and came to the void outside the atmosphere. Looking up, he found that the space around the 100 or so planets with life was already densely packed with starships and subordinates. Within these 3 days, according to Yi Xian's orders, all of the resources of the entire Starry Sky nomadic army were cleaned up, including all of the alchemy cauldrons of the tribe, as well as the various precious materials within more than 100 life stars. Since it was a space nomadic army, it was either not going to start an expedition, or once it started, it would be impossible for them to return. This void fragment of the great desolate world was too vast, and Yi Xian's growth time was limited. The full descent of the great desolate world could arrive at any time. He couldn't waste a lot of time on a long interstellar journey. This was the only reason why he defined the entire army as a space nomadic army. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the giant plug of life appeared in his hand. It was still the size of a small star, but it looked more like a battleship in the hands of the survivors. This was in line with the characteristics of this ancient void. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Soon, as the giant fortress of life was activated, a large number of battleships of the survivors rushed out from the atmosphere of the surrounding planets and entered the giant fortress of life, which had already been opened. At the same time, the captive army in the void not far away was also making the final preparations before departure. All the small battleships were entering through the portals of the large and small fortresses. Among the more than 100 million battleships, 20% of the space fortresses were 50,000 meters in diameter and 100,000 meters in diameter, while the rest were stellar-level battleships with a length of 3,000 meters. In order to ensure the speed of the interstellar journey, all the stellar-level battleships entered the large and small fortresses, and the large and small fortresses entered the large and small fortresses. In the end, the huge fleet of more than 100 million turned into more than 20 million fortresses of various sizes. They were filled with, all the members of the space nomadic army were already familiar with all this. It only took them half a day to complete everything. Destination, the intermediate forbidden space, Phoenix blood. Let's go. Following Yi Xian's order, the entire space trembled. The life stronghold of Long Yi instantly transformed into a meteor beam of light that shot towards the direction of the starry sky that had long since been locked onto. Immediately afterward, the 20 million large and small fortresses activated their kinetic energy cabins at full power, and the roar resounded throughout the vast void. As the ancestral land of the Green Ox, the forbidden Phoenix blood ground was an old intermediate starry sky forbidden ground. Its territory had been constantly expanding. More than 1,000 years ago, when the Green Ox was persecuted and forced to leave the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, the scale of this middle-level forbidden land only had 600 to 700 life planets of various kinds and occupied a vast expanse of void with a radius of 100 million square kilometers. The rulers were 2 emperor-level beasts. Under these 2 ferocious beast kings, there were over 30 titled Marquis Realm ferocious beast commanders and over 1,000 immortal rank ferocious beast leaders in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Now, more than 1,000 years had passed, and the scale of this middle-level forbidden land was much larger than before. It was steadily advancing into a large-scale forbidden land. Now, the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had 4 ferocious beast kings and over 40 titled Marquis Realm ferocious beast commanders. Although the number of immortal rank ferocious beast leaders had yet to reach 2,000, there were more than 1,500 of them. As for the territory, it had a radius of more than 100 million square kilometers, with over 800 life planets of various kinds. This scale, compared to the small forbidden land ruled by the Green Ox, was like heaven and earth. In fact, compared to the space nomadic army under Yi Xian, the Phoenix Blood starfield had an absolute advantage as a whole. Putting aside those below the immortal rank, just the undying old monsters alone had more than 1,500, while the space nomadic army only had slightly more than 200. As for the titled undying, they had over 40, while the space nomadic army, excluding the flying centipede and hitorigami who had yet to break through, they had no titled undying. As for the most powerful titled emperors, they had 4 of them, while the space nomadic army only had 2. From the data, it could be seen that if Yi Xian's space nomadic army were to face the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, the result would be almost certain death, and the entire army would be annihilated. In the face of such a disparity in strength, the reason why Yi Xian still decided to launch the 3rd expedition into space was not only because he was pressed for time and couldn't wait, but also because he had strong confidence in himself. The forbidden land of Phoenix Blood did have many ferocious beast kings, a total of 4 of them. These 4 titled emperors, Yi Xian had met them once not long ago. One was a weeping blood fiery phoenix that was completely red. The other was a crane-head blue one that did not have a single strand of other feathers. Its entire body was covered in green feathers, and only the top of its head was bright red. These 2 birds were the 2 veteran ferocious beast kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Their cultivation level had both reached the middle titled emperor level, and they were both at titled emperor level 6. As for the other 2, one was from the Bug clan, and the other was a coiled horn dragon goat. Their cultivation level was at the early titled emperor level, and they were clearly new ferocious beast kings within the past 1,000 years. As for Yi Xian, once he entered the demon ape's 6th change, he would instantly possess the terrifying power of a titled emperor level 8. Even if the weeping blood fiery phoenix and the crane-head blue Luan were to join forces, Yi Xian was confident he could kill them. In fact, to ensure no accidents, he would not give these 2 titled emperors the chance to join forces. Before entering the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, Yi Xian would sneak in by himself and, with lightning speed, kill any one of the 2 6th-stage titled kings. In an instant, he killed them. That way, even if the remaining 3 titled emperors joined forces, there would only be 1 titled emperor level middle titled emperor level. At that time, even if they fought to the death, they would not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. As for Green Ox, who had just broken through to titled emperor level 1, Yi Xian did not plan to let him interfere in the Battle of Kings. This old man only needed to deal with the titled Marquis commanders and undying leaders of the Phoenix Blood fief. If everything went according to plan, Yi Xian would be able to completely annihilate the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood's strongest forces in a short period of time. That way, the result of this battle would not be a surprise. No matter how many ferocious beasts there were in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, they would all be annihilated in the face of the absolute suppression of the titled emperors. Long and boring space travel was always the most boring. On this trip to Phoenix Blood fief, Yi Xian and Green Ox led the 20 million strongholds behind them, jumping through wormholes as much as possible. Even so, it still took them 1.5 months. Finally, they were close to the edge of Phoenix Blood Fief, in the distant void. Chapter 4266. The reason why Yi Xian had ordered the fleet behind him to stop completely in the void 50 million miles away from the edge of Phoenix Blood Starfield was because he wanted to enter the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood alone and kill one of them at lightning speed. A level 6 king of ferocious beasts. Besides, the entire army was still in a rapid marching state, not a combat state. It would take time to switch between these two states. Of course, 50 million miles was still within the coverage of the spirit consciousness of an Emperor-level Undying. An Emperor-level Undying could cover 100 million miles of the vast void if they fully utilized their spirit consciousness. However, the 4 Emperor-level Undyings in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood couldn't fully expand their spirit consciousness all the time to search the surroundings. What fun would there be for a king of ferocious beasts if they lived so cautiously? In fact, even if they were discovered and set a trap in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood in advance, it would only be a joke to Yi Xian. He was completely fearless. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were futile. Hong. Hong. Long. Long. With a thought, the hatch of the life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship opened completely. Battleships of various shapes and sizes rushed out of the fortress and arranged themselves into battle formations in the void with ease. Far away in the void behind, the fortresses large and small that had a population of more than 20 million were in the same situation. Fortresses large and small drove out of the fortresses one after another. Behind them, stellar-level regular starships 3,000 meters long marched out of the fortresses too. Out, Yi Xian didn't wait for everything to end. After all the battleships drove out of the life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship, he waved his hand and put the life fortress back into his body. He turned around and rushed toward the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood in front of him. His entire body transformed into a faint light and disappeared in the blink of an eye, forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. This forbidden land of stars was quite ancient and had existed for a long time. It had developed from a small forbidden land to a medium one. Originally, there were only 2 king of ferocious beasts. Now, there were 4, and it was officially a medium forbidden land. It was at the stage of rapid development. And now, the 2 old kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood were both at the 6th level of Emperor. After a few more breakthroughs, as long as one of the 2 old kings broke through to Emperor level, this medium-sized forbidden land would become a large one, its territory would become even larger. That day was not far away. If there were no accidents, it would be achieved in about 2,000 years. However, to these 2 veteran kings, 2,000 years seemed to be a long time. They didn't have this feeling in the past, but not long ago, after seeing the legendary Shenong cauldron with their own eyes, it became even stronger. It was intense. As long as they could obtain this primordial treasure that was said to be a primordial artifact of the primeval era, the 2 veteran kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood would have an 80% chance of breaking through in every aspect and leaping to become feral emperors in just a few centuries. In order to realize this wish, the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had recently sent a large number of feral beast teams to spread out and search in the vast star field around it. Even several medium-sized forbidden lands adjacent to the Phoenix Blood star field had spies sent to them. Their only goal was to find the whereabouts of the Green Ox, who was related to the primordial treasure Shenong Cauldron. Unfortunately, until now, there had not been any valuable feedback. Because of this, the 4 emperors of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood were all very anxious recently, causing the entire forbidden land of Phoenix Blood to be in a state of panic. It was under such circumstances that a small team of feral beasts searching around the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood suddenly sent a message. In the universe void 25 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, a huge and strange army suddenly appeared. There were more than 100 million of them, and they were all kinds of battleships. Most of them had never been seen before, and they were arranging the troops in formation 50 million miles away. This should be the rhythm of a powerful tribe of survivors launching a sneak attack on the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. The 4 feral beast kings in the Forbidden Land were instantly enraged. They spread out their divine senses at once and searched in the direction of the enemy. Because of this, they quickly discovered a figure that was shooting toward them. It was the figure that came with the green ox not long ago. It was the king-ranked Raging Star Ape. This was simply a pleasant surprise. After a brief moment of shock, the 4 feral beast kings were instantly overjoyed. They did not even bother to pay attention to the battleship army 50 million miles away, and they immediately cheered wildly. We have searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Who would have thought that this Raging Star Ape would come to us on its own accord? Ha ha ha. It seems like that epic artifact is destined to be with the Forbidden Land of Phoenix blood. Today, we must not let this raging ape leave alive. Bug, get ready at once. Inform all the bug clans in the Forbidden Land that once the enemy enters the core area, immediately activate your bloodline power and seal the void of the core area completely. You don't need to participate in this battle. Just seal the void with all your strength, that's right. This raging ape's bloodline power is too strange. Last time, it escaped right under our noses. The same thing must not happen again today, hum. Amidst the low buzzing sound, the insect clan king disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the 3 kings, the weeping blood fire phoenix, the crane-topped green swan, and the coiled horn dragon goat, were still pretending to stay in their respective lairs, but they were already prepared to attack at any time and join forces to annihilate. Preparations. Swish. There was the sound of something breaking through the air. The distance of 50 million miles was nothing to Yi Xian now, and he had traversed it in a short time. The moment he entered the Forbidden Land of Phoenix blood, his figure disappeared completely, but his divine senses were still there. In the blink of an eye, he scanned the entire Phoenix blood star region and immediately captured the 3 powerful king-ranked auras. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian, who had entered the perfect state of vibration, immediately teleported. In the next instant, his figure appeared outside the star atmosphere where the weeping blood fire phoenix's lairs were. However, because of this, his perfect state of vibration was also dispelled because of the teleportation, and his 100 feet tall figure appeared, hum. Almost at the next instant, there was a low buzzing sound that covered the sky and earth. The universe void where Yi Xian's figure was in, with a radius of tens of millions of miles, was instantly enveloped by a formless energy, causing his figure to seem as though he had fallen into a sticky swamp. Like a sudden slowing down, he became sluggish. Swish. Swish swish swish. Before Yi Xian could react, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 3 figures, in a triangular formation, surrounded him from tens of millions of miles away. They were the other 3 king-ranked undyings in Phoenix Blood Star region, excluding the Insect Clan King. Weeping Blood Fire Phoenix. Crane-topped Green Swan. Chapter 4267. Ferocious Ape, you actually dare to come back. From your movements, you seem to want to launch a sneak attack on me. With the formation of the encirclement, the 3 ferocious beast kings calmed down. The blood fire phoenix flapped its wings and said, "You are only a primary emperor, yet you dare to enter the forbidden phoenix blood grounds and attack a middle emperor. You, how bold." "I have always been bold, but coming here today to kill you all has nothing to do with courage, because there is no need for it," Yi Xian laughed coldly. Without another word, he raised his head and roared, "Howl!" Demonic Ape, 6th Transformation. Along with the wild roar, the terrifying power in his body instantly churned violently. His originally 30-meter-tall body was like an exploding star, expanding at an incomparably frightening speed. At the same time, the aura of Yi Xian's cultivation soared as well. However, when Yi Xian arrived earlier, he had already activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and transformed into a 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape. The aura of cultivation that emanated from his body was as follows. Emperor Level 2. However, at this moment, as he unleashed the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his body began to swell. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation base began to rise at an alarming rate. Emperor Level 3. Emperor Level 4. After a short breath of time, when the explosive aura finally stabilized, the aura emitted from Yi Xian's body had clearly reached an astonishing level. The 8th level of the titled king. All of this happened too quickly. In just a breath of time, the three emperors 5 million miles away were already dumbstruck. Their eyes widened as they looked at Yi Xian, whose body had become like a small star in the blink of an eye, and they were filled with suspicion. They were in a dream. A breath's time was actually very long for emperors, they could do many things. However, what was happening in front of him was too unbelievable. A space berserk ape that was only at the 2nd level of the emperor level transformed into a space berserk ape that was the size of a star and had a cultivation level of the 8th level of this realm in the blink of an eye. Terrifying king, not even emperors would dare to imagine such a thing, which was why the three king ferocious beasts were caught off guard and could not react in time, their minds completely dumbfounded. Howl. It was also at this moment that the terrifying giant ape, whose body resembled a star, reared its head and bellowed in rage once more. It was only then that the three feral kings around it returned to their senses after a shudder. As their expressions changed abruptly, cries of alarm came out of their mouths in an instant. Their bodies immediately turned around without hesitation, wanting to escape. Damn it, it's a late-stage emperor. No wonder he dared to come here alone. The great calamity is here. That damn green ox, everything started by him. Bug, remove the seal on the space, we are all trapped. Howl. You only want to run now. It's too late. Yi Xian's voice came out of the star-sized berserk ape's mouth, revealing endless coldness. In the next instant, the violent astral ape punched out. Its enormous fist was like a meteor that streaked across the universe at extreme speed. It carried with it a supreme might that could destroy the world as it blasted towards the fleeing weeping blood fire phoenix on the left side of the void. Rumble, rumble. In the space, the thunderous roar that reverberated between heaven and earth sounded extremely urgent. It lasted only half a breath's time before it stopped abruptly. What followed closely after was a huge explosion that sounded like the sky was collapsing. That punch was the full power blow of a rank 8 emperor. Although the fleeing weeping blood fire phoenix was also a mid-stage emperor at rank 6, it still couldn't withstand it. Under the terrifying power of Yi Xian's full power punch, its 300,000-meter tall true body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Just like that, its body and soul were destroyed, leaving behind only the bloody mist that represented all the energy and blood in its physical body. It was spreading rapidly, swish. Without waiting for the blood mist to completely disperse, the space berserk ape suddenly waved its hand, and an invisible force descended out of thin air, enveloping all the blood mist and directly absorbing it into its body. Then, it sent it into the Shannon cauldron, and immediately began the blood refinement process. At the same time, the hidden arachnid king just happened to remove the sealing force of the void that he had just erected not long ago. In the other two directions, the crane-top blue Luan and the coiled horn dragon goat, who seemed to be extremely slow after turning around to escape, left in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were already tens of millions of kilometers away. Buzz. Almost in the next moment, the huge body of the space berserk ape also disappeared from its original spot, teleporting. When it reappeared in less than half a breath's time, it was already tens of millions of kilometers away on the left, blocking the path of the crane-top blue Luan. Screech, berserk ape, my forbidden land of phoenix blood has no enmity with you. Why are you forcing me? The crane-top blue Luan's scalp exploded as it raised its head and let out an incomparably shrill howl. The aura in its body instantly became frantic. Either let me go, or if you have to attack, this king will self-destruct. Even if I can't drag you down with me, at least I have to let you go. You're seriously injured. This was the crane head green Luan's last hope. A rank 6 King Realm cultivator was already extremely powerful and had all kinds of terrifying bloodline abilities. However, facing an 8th level King Realm cultivator who specialized in physical strength, the crane-head green one knew that it had no chance of winning. If he stayed behind and used his own bloodline ability in an attempt to fight, the final result would be no suspense. He would die without a doubt. But now, if he turned around and fled, even if he was intercepted, he would immediately self-destruct as a threat. There was still a chance of survival. If the other party released the pressure of a rank 8 king out of fear, the crane-top blue one could immediately teleport. Although it couldn't escape from the range of the space berserk ape's divine sense. But as long as the other party didn't chase after him, after a few teleportations, he still had a chance to escape alive. Unfortunately, all of this was just a beautiful wish in his heart. Self-destruction was not only useless to Yi Xian, but it was also extremely welcomed. Even if he didn't self-destruct, in the end, Yi Xian would still have to attack and destroy his physical body. If the crane-top blue one knew about this, who knew how it would feel, self-destruct? Then I welcome it. Whoosh! As he spoke, the starry sky berserk ape waved its hand, and the Shenong cauldron instantly appeared from the undying world within its body. It floated above its enormous body and poured out strands of 9-colored mist that instantly protected Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the space berserk ape spoke again, revealing a thick sense of ridicule and mockery. What's wrong, big bird? What happened to self-destruction? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and do one, save this king the trouble. Screech. You lunatic. Chapter 4268. Boom. In less than 10 breaths of time, the second explosion was heard. The crane-head green one self-destructed in despair. Although he knew that even if he self-destructed, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the space berserk ape, because the space berserk ape had its own protection. The farmer god Cauldron's domain was protecting him, but he still did it. Perhaps this was a way of expressing his stance, a way of venting. But no matter what, it wasn't important to Yi Xian. The most important thing was that as the crane-crowned green wand's body exploded, the violent energy formed by the self-destruction was rapidly spreading in all directions. Swish. This time, after waiting for a breath of time for the strongest shockwave from the self-destruction to dissipate, following Yi Xian's thought, a large amount of 9-colored dense mist instantly poured out from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was floating above his head. In the blink of an eye, it spread out and enveloped him. It spread out in a radius of 10,000 miles. This time, because Yi Xian waited for a breath of time before making his move, the boundless blood mist formed by the self-destruction of the crane-head azure wand's body spread out a little. But it was still within 10,000 miles of the void. At this moment, as the 9-colored mist that represented the farmer god Cauldron's domain spread out and covered the entire area, all the pure blood mist was immediately gathered into a ball and drifted towards the mouth of the farmer god Cauldron, disappearing in a blink of an eye. After dealing with the 2 strongest mid-stage kings, the remaining 2 were no longer a threat. Facing Yi Xian's terrifying 8th-stage king-level cultivation base, they didn't even have the chance to escape. Even if they were to teleport away for a while, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he could catch them one by one and kill them with a punch. However, he didn't do so immediately. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at a huge star in the distance to his right. This planet gave Yi Xian an incomparably scorching feeling. It was obvious that beneath the surface of the abandoned planet was a majestic volcanic magma layer. Roar! The starry sky ferocious ape raised its head and roared furiously before smashing out with its fist, and its target was the abandoned star that possessed an extremely blazing aura. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out once again. The entire massive planet was completely blown apart by Yi Xian's terrifying punch. Sure enough, the interior of the star was filled with scorching magma. When it was blasted open, it instantly exploded into a huge fireball in the void. It was like the explosion of a star, and it could be seen even from hundreds of millions of miles away. This punch announced that the Starry Sky nomadic army's all-out invasion of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had begun. Rumble. Rumble, in the distant void nearly 100 million miles away, endless roars resounded in an instant. The battleships and captives of the Lost Army, who had been waiting here, unleashed all their kinetic energy, maintaining the offensive formation that had already been launched, and rapidly moved toward the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. At this moment, it had only been a dozen breaths since Yi Xian had rushed into the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. In the entire vast forbidden land of stars, countless ferocious beasts from more than 800 inhabited stars had only just rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars. These ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land still did not know that 2 of their 4 ferocious beast kings had fallen and fled, abandoning the entire Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood. Roar! Screech! As these ferocious beasts of varying cultivation bases and strength rushed out of the more than 800 inhabited stars, the vast void was instantly filled with the roars and screeches of the ferocious beasts. It was extraordinarily lively, and the murderous aura was everywhere. The aura was incomparably scorching. At this time, Yi Xian had already turned to look at the void behind him to the right. The terrifying divine sense of an 8th-level monarch was fully unleashed as it rapidly extended in that direction. Soon, the figure of the coiled horn draconic goat that was fleeing at top speed hundreds of millions of miles ahead was reflected in Yi Xian's searching divine sense. Whoosh! In the next instant, as Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, the raging star ape's humongous body that was like a small star instantly teleported and disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already hundreds of millions of miles away. This was the maximum distance that an emperor could teleport. Yi Xian was only an 8th-level monarch, but he had already reached this distance. In front of him, although the coiled horn draconic goat had fled for a dozen breaths' time, it was only an early-level monarch. Even if it teleported again and again, it would not be able to get very far. The distance between them was quickly closed by Yi Xian. Time. After 5 consecutive teleportations, the coiled horn draconic goat's figure appeared more than 30 million miles ahead. For an 8th-level monarch, such a long distance was already within the effective attack range of the raging star ape. You can't escape. The raging star ape's eyes flashed coldly. Without hesitation, it threw a punch forward. Roar! That damned green bull, what exactly did he promise you? An unprecedented sense of life and death crisis completely enveloped the body of the coiled horn dragon goat at this moment. A look of despair appeared on his face. He raised his head and let out a shrill roar. He actually stopped in an extremely straightforward manner. He no longer fled forward and turned his head. Yi Xian looked over and tried his last effort. What he can do, the coiled horn dragon sheep, can do as well. Furthermore, I can do it even better, Hong. Before he could finish his words, the terrifying power of the raging star ape's punch had already arrived in front of him. A huge explosion occurred instantly. The force was enough to destroy the sky and earth. Even the void trembled. The coiled horn dragon goat was only an early-stage emperor, so he couldn't resist the terrifying power of this punch at all. His body was over 300,000 zhang long. Its treasure body exploded in an instant, turning into a rolling mist of flesh and blood. Yi Xian was already familiar with this scene. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force spread out and gathered all of the spreading blood mist. In the end, it wrapped up into a ball and directly sent it into the Shenong cauldron that was floating above his head. At this point, 3 of the 4 emperors of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had already fallen. The final result of this battle was already decided. However, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of the last emperor of the Bug clan. To him, this was a precious emperor blood essence that could be used to make a level 23 pill in the future. I didn't see that bug when I came here. It must have used some bloodline technique to hide its body and aura. He turned his head to look around, but he couldn't see the figure of the Arachnid King. Even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. Yi Xian frowned. As he muttered to himself, he subconsciously activated the spirit core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. Since he couldn't detect it with his divine sense, then he would use the spiritual energy of a demon. Chapter 42-69. 1. As Yi Xian used all the power in his body to activate the spirit source core suspended in his sea of consciousness, a low buzzing sound that was so weak that it was almost undetectable spread rapidly in all directions with the void he was standing in as its center. Go! Before he had entered this place, Yi Xian's spirit source core had already reached grade 9. When he had first entered the demon star domain, he had thought that grade 9 spirit power was the limit of a spirit source core. After all, that was what the demon race had said. However, it was only later that Yi Xian found out that grade 9 was not the limit of a spirit source core at all. This was because the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, who was a marquis, had a grade 10 spirit power. It was even possible that grade 10 was not the limit of a demon race's spirit power. However, Yi Xian had never had the time to delve into this question. Right now, although his spirit power was only at grade 9, his own cultivation base was so strong that it was almost at the level of an emperor. Therefore, when he fully activated it, even if it was only grade 9 spirit power, it was still as strong as the spirit sense he had spread out earlier. In an instant, it enveloped a vast void with a radius of 100 million miles. The demon race's spirit power was indeed different from the spirit sense of a human cultivator. At this moment, as Yi Xian activated the spirit source core suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness to its limit, his grade 9 spirit power extended. In the distance, in an abandoned planet with an equally intense aura but even more massive, he actually keenly sensed the fluctuation of a formation restriction. This fluctuation was something he had not discovered when he had used his spirit sense to search this void earlier. However, right now, because of the different amplitude effects of his grade 9 spirit power, it was slightly stirred and revealed itself. Judging from the aura of this formation restriction, a marquis would not be able to do it. In other words, this formation restriction should be the work of an emperor. In all likelihood, it was set up by one of the 4 ferocious beast kings in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. For an emperor to set up such a secret restriction to hide something, it naturally couldn't be ordinary. This unexpected discovery shook Yi Xian, and his interest was immediately piqued. However, now was not the time to explore because there was still a Zerg king that had yet to be found. There wasn't much time left. As long as he could find the enemy's location, Yi Xian would be able to kill the enemy with his full power. However, if they delayed for too long, the Zerg king would have escaped far away. At that time, it would be impossible to find the Zerg king, let alone kill it. Buzz, the low buzzing sound continued. In a short half a breath, Yi Xian used his mental energy to scan everything within 100 million kilometers. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find the figure of the Zerg king. It's probably not because my mental power isn't strong enough to see through the Insect King's unique hiding secret technique, but because the Insect King isn't in this area at all. Isn't it here? It doesn't matter. At most, I'll just teleport a few more times and waste some more time. As he muttered, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With a thought, he teleported again. The raging star ape's huge body disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already 50 million kilometers away in another area. Buzz, without any hesitation, his mental force was completely unleashed in the next instant. Accompanied by a low buzzing sound, everything within 100 million kilometers of this area was instantly displayed in Yi Xian's mind. Everything, no matter how big or small, was visible at a glance. In the next dozen breaths, Yi Xian teleported continuously. Each time, he went to a different area, and his footprints covered the void zone within a few billion kilometers. Every time he teleported and arrived at a new area, he activated the mental power in the source core in his brain. In the blink of an eye, he investigated everything within 50 million kilometers without a doubt. Finally, after completing the 13th teleportation, Yi Xian's fully unleashed mental power finally captured a strange figure. It was an insect. Its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. However, it didn't emit the slightest bit of aura. Its entire body was shrouded by a strange power. Its body had shrunk to the size of a few meters, and it was shooting forward. The strange power that shrouded its body should be some kind of innate bloodline talent that this insect king was born with. It belonged to a kind of biological frequency that belonged to the insect race. It could avoid the detection of divine sense, but it obviously had no effect on the demon's mental power. This was because the demon's mental power could actually be considered a kind of biological frequency. Although it wasn't exactly the same, it belonged to the same kind of power. Once it came into contact, even if there was only a slight resonance of the same frequency, it could instantly appear. At this moment, the little insect's location was more than 30 million kilometers in front and to the right of Yixian. And this place was more than 800 to 900 million kilometers away from the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. It was fortunate that this fellow was discovered now. Otherwise, if he had a dozen more breaths of time, when he had escaped more than 1 billion kilometers away, Yixian would be exhausted and constantly search and chase in the surrounding void, and the probability of successfully finding him. Perhaps, it wouldn't be more than 30%. After all, the further the distance in the void, the wider the surrounding area of radiation would be. It was almost an exponential increase. No matter how powerful Yixian's cultivation was, it was only one person, and it was impossible for him to take care of all directions. Damn fellow, you're quite good at escaping, but, in the end, you were still found. Boom! As it muttered softly, the starry sky violent ape didn't hesitate anymore. Its huge right fist, like a meteor, instantly smashed forward. Rolling thunder instantly resounded. An invisible and terrifying power rushed forward. The universe void along the way emitted a trembling sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it could be torn apart at any time. Screech! It was not until this moment that the insectoid king realized that he had been discovered. His scalp tightened, and an unprecedented despair struck his heart. An extremely sharp roar came out of his mouth in an instant. Although he still didn't stop moving, a voice with endless pleading rushed toward Yixian as he turned his head. Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. I'm willing to follow you and do whatever you want. My insect race has a unique bloodline ability that can seal the void, and I have an amazing secret, but it is sealed by the unique bloodline secret method of the insect race. If you kill me, you will never find it. This king already knows where the secret treasure you're talking about is. Yixian shook his head, and the coldness in his eyes was even more intense. In addition, I hate insects. Chapter 4270. Who? An invisible force spread out and gathered all of the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of the insectoid king's body. With a thought from Yixian, it was all absorbed into his body and sent into the Shenong cauldron to refine the blood essence. Turning his head, he saw that the nomadic army that came from tens of millions of miles away had just arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. The countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood already knew that a great disaster was imminent. There were 4 powerful figures in the forbidden land. The 4 peerless king beasts had all fallen and been killed. Frightened, all the beasts in the forbidden land fled under the leadership of the undying leaders and marquis-level commanders. The great battle unfolded the moment the 2 armies met. Hong! Hong! Long! Long, roar. Screech. The roars of the ship's cannons and battleships filled the sky, mixed with a large number of ferocious beasts' roars and howls. It had to be said that the forbidden land of Phoenix blood was indeed an old forbidden land of the starry sky that had been passed down for countless years. Not to mention the 4 king beasts, just the power below the undying emperor level was far stronger than the space nomadic army under Yixian. Moo! This old bull is here. Who dares to be impudent? As soon as the battle began, it showed signs of weakness. The green ox's body instantly expanded, and it raised its head and roared furiously. It took the lead to charge out, and its enormous figure knocked away countless ferocious beasts from the forbidden grounds. Some of the leaders and commanders of the beasts in the forbidden land recognized him immediately. From this moment on, shocked cries resounded everywhere. "Oh my God, it's that damn green bull. He's back again. He's too shameless." It was this guy who colluded with the enemy and was driven out of the Phoenix Blood Star area. He came here once before and was also driven away. This time, he came back to harm us. King Draconic Goat was right. This bull is full of evil. The entire Phoenix Blood Starfield is going to be destroyed in his hands. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him escape no matter what. I regret it now. Roar. Hate. Moo. F** King Bullsh** T. The sound of discussion in the void instantly infuriated the green ox. The old fellow burst out curses, roared, and rushed forward. With a stomp of its hooves, it directly killed a few Immortal Realm old monsters, including a Marquis. Decay. Phew. After wreaking havoc for a while, the old man spat out an invisible force from his mouth. He didn't forget to collect the blood mist from the exploding bodies of the immortal old monsters. Although he couldn't condense it, he could compress it into a small ball and swallow it temporarily. For Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian completely relaxed. Although this old fellow had an unreliable personality, at least he knew his limits. As such, with an undying emperor like him holding down the fort, it was obvious that he would be able to clean up this Phoenix Blood Starfield that no longer had an undying emperor. There was no problem at all. Thinking about this, Yi Xian immediately deactivated the demon ape's sixth form. His body shrunk to a height of 30 meters, and his strength returned to Emperor Level 1. After that, he waved his hand and put the Shen cauldron into his undying world. His body flashed, and he directly shot towards the huge abandoned planet from before. After a short while, Yi Xian entered the surface of the abandoned planet. He came to a huge ring-shaped volcano and jumped in. This planet was the same as the abandoned planet that he had destroyed with a single punch. Below the surface of the planet, there was scorching magma, and the seal that the insect clan king had laid down was in the core region of the planet. The temperature of the magma there was already so high that it made one's hair stand on end. However, Yi Xian had even charged through the starry sky lightning sea before, and now, he was already bestowed the title of king. Wang, as he activated the spirit source core in his mind, a formless level 9 spirit energy spread out with a low buzzing sound. In an instant, it resonated with the seal in front of him, and the entire seal was revealed. The Arachnid King's attainments in formations weren't very profound. The reason why he was able to create such a seal that even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to discover without using his mental strength was entirely because of his innate bloodline ability. Now, the seal was resonating with his spirit energy and thus revealed itself. To Yi Xian, breaking this seal was extremely easy. In just half an hour, the entire seal was broken. After an earth-shattering explosion, the remains of a huge ferocious bird treasure body appeared in the hot magma. It was actually a real phoenix. The remnant treasure body that had been dead for countless years emitted the aura of a desolate era almighty. At this moment, the Yen Luo in Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled violently. He was surprised, and then his heart beat wildly. Suddenly, a bold guess came to him. Could it be that the same situation as last time, that this desolate era almighty true phoenix treasure body was actually the body of a desolate era beauty cultivator sealed in the Yen Luo? He really couldn't be sure if that was the case. There were a total of 7 desolate era beauty cultivators sealed in the Yen Luo. Now, 4 of them had been awakened: Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electro Lady, and the 9-tailed Celestial Fox. Yi Xian didn't know who the remaining 3 desolate era beauty cultivators were. But now, it seemed that one of them was most likely related to the true phoenix treasure body in front of him. Whoosh! With a thought, the Yen Luo was brought out. It expanded in the wind and turned into a silk net that was hundreds of feet wide. Although this was the magma layer of the Earth's core, the Yanluo was a desolate-era treasure and was not affected at all. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, 4 figures rushed out of the treasure net. They were the 4 desolate-era beauty cultivators who had already awakened and were able to reconstruct their treasure bodies. The last time the 9-tailed celestial fox woke up, Yi Xian provided a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources. Then, Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami and the other 3 fell into a deep sleep. However, this time, the cultivation of the 4 of them did not increase by much. They were still in the immortal realm. As soon as they appeared, the 4 girls began to chatter, all of them looking extremely excited. "Master, you're so lucky. It looks like we're going to reunite with another sister." "That's right. This sister is just like the Heavenly Fox sister. She's extremely lucky. As soon as she woke up, she was able to obtain the remains of her previous life's treasured body. She was able to use it to condense the treasured body of this life. Her recovery is also faster. Once the treasure body is formed, she will be in the immortal realm." I actually guessed correctly. Hearing these words, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he immediately asked impatiently, "I wonder which supreme being has awakened this time?" Chapter 42-71. Celestial Phoenix Maiden? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched again, and his eyes widened. He was not an existence of the desolate era, so naturally he had never heard of the name of the Celestial Phoenix Maiden, but from the words of the 9-tailed fox at this moment, he could guess that this existence was definitely famous in the desolate era. Although she could not be compared with the golden divine dragon and the void tortoise, but among the powerful beings of the desolate era, she must be a top existence. In fact, just from the fact that she used the word Celestial Phoenix Maiden in her name, one could basically guess a thing or two. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became interested in the other 2 desolate-era amorous cultivators who had not yet awakened, and immediately asked, "Who are the last 2 sisters who have not yet awakened?" Hearing this, the 9-tailed fox immediately covered her mouth and chuckled again. "Sisters? Ha ha ha. Master, you are really interesting. You are not a female cultivator, how can you be sisters with us?" On the side, Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, and the Desolate Lightning Goddess also had strange expressions on their faces, as if they were trying to hold back their laughter. This made Yi Xian very embarrassed, and he shook his head speechlessly and smiled bitterly. The other 2 sisters are Wuxia Fairy and Jiutian Xian Nv. After a few words of banter, Corpse Ancestor Hanba, who was the first to wake up, was the most considerate, and immediately changed the topic and talked about business. "Wuxia Fairy? Jiutian Xian Nv?" Yi Xian had a stupefied expression on his face. He had never heard of these 2 names before, but they seemed to be quite extraordinary. It seemed that the 7 spiritual senses of the primordial era's beautiful cultivators that were sealed within Yan Luo's body had all come from great backgrounds in their previous lives. Right now, 4 of them had already been reborn in this world and reconstructed their precious bodies. The 5th was also about to complete this matter. Before long, only the last 2 would similarly awaken and reconstruct their precious bodies. When that time came, all 7 of the great desolate era's beautiful cultivators would be reborn. In this life, the amorous bodies would be rebuilt, and without exception, they would all be around Yi Xian, calling him master. Just thinking about such a scene made Yi Xian extremely excited. At that time, even if the untainted land world fully descended, it was unknown how many famous creatures of the untainted land would envy. However, this was obviously not a matter of immediate concern. There were still 2 beautiful cultivators from the Desolation era who had yet to awaken. The day when the 7 beautiful cultivators would reunite was probably still quite far away. The most important thing now was to help the Celestial Phoenix Maiden reconstruct her treasure body and reunite with Shizhu, Hanba, and the others. With this in mind, Yi Xian turned to look at Hanba and the other 3 women and asked, "Do you need me to collect the remains of this true phoenix? Or will the celestial phoenix maiden collect it herself, decompose and refine it like the previous time? It doesn't matter. There's no need for Master to do anything. It's the holy maiden's body from her previous life, so it's most suitable for her to do it. The nearby corpse ancestor Han Ba immediately nodded, and he indicated that there was no need for Yi Xian to make a move. Whoosh! Just as corpse ancestor Ho Qing finished speaking, a blazing bright red light shot out from the hundreds of feet of smoke stretching out in the magma in front of him. Its speed was extremely fast, and it directly shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the treasure of the true phoenix. Above the remains of the body, it flashed and disappeared into the space between its eyebrows. In the next moment, the huge remnant treasure body suddenly bloomed with a blazing bright red light. Its aura surged, revealing a wisp of spirituality. The huge remnant of the nine-tailed heavenly fox's treasure body actually disintegrated and disappeared at this moment. Countless small bright red lights appeared in his line of sight, carrying a spiritual aura. Under the guidance of the blazing red light that shot out from the Yanluo just now, they quickly soared up, turning into a red river that directly entered the fluttering wind. Inside the Yanluo. This process only lasted for a dozen breaths. When everything was over, the huge true phoenix treasure body in front of him had completely disappeared. Even the three beautiful cultivators in front of him, including Zhu, Hanba, and the other two had already turned around with a smile and threw themselves into the Yanluo. They entered the Yanluo, the heavenly phoenix thanks Master. This time, the treasure body needs to be reconstructed and refined immediately. I can't personally come out to thank Master. When I wake up from my slumber in the future, I will thank Master for his great kindness. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, an incomparably soft and delicate voice suddenly came from the fluttering Yanluo. By the time he came back to his senses, the incomparably soft and delicate voice had already disappeared. Obviously, it was the celestial phoenix maiden who had just obtained the treasure body of her previous life. She was about to enter a deep sleep. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He still followed the old rules. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources from the undying world in his body, including the purple gold flesh medicine that he had refined earlier. He divided them into 5 portions and sent them all into the Yanluo. The 5 beautiful cultivators in the Bao Luo were pleasantly surprised. Immediately, they laughed tenderly. "Thank you, Master." In this regard, Yi Xian did not respond at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly took the Bao Luo into his body. Then, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already left this planet and arrived in the void of the universe outside. Moo! Little sheep, stop right there. I promise I won't beat you up. As soon as he rushed out of the abandoned planet, Yi Xian immediately heard an earth-shattering moo, but there was no anger. Instead, there was a strong sense of complacency and playfulness. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and rolled his eyes. With his understanding of the green ox, this old fellow was obviously roaring so loudly on purpose, as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was seeking revenge at this moment. Yes, the target he was chasing was obviously the only son of the coiled horn dragon goat, the existence that caused the green ox to leave its home and kill all its bloodline descendants. This fellow was slightly weaker than the green ox previously, but in the past 1,000 years, he had actually surpassed the green ox. When the green ox was only at the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal, his cultivation base had already reached the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal, and he was only 1 step away from becoming an emperor. The young man was quite hurt by this at first, but with Yi Xian's help and his own efforts, the green ox finally proved himself again. In just a few months, he broke through from the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal to the Emperor Immortal. As for the only son of the coiled horn dragon goat, he was still only a peak ferocious beast commander with the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal. One was a true emperor, and the other was only a half-step emperor. The green ox had an absolute advantage over the only son of the coiled horn dragon goat. If he wanted to, he could kick the other party into a bloody mist with one hoof. However, the movement in the void was clearly not so. When Yi Xian turned around to look, the corner of his mouth subconsciously twitched a few times before he rolled his eyes once again. In the vast expanse of space within his line of sight, the flames of war had long since reached the heavens. Every corner of the battlefield was filled with a tragic battle, and in the center of the battlefield, there was a figure that was over 30,000 meters tall, the same size as the coiled horned dragon goat. Chapter 42-72. Even though the coiled horned dragon goat was huge, the aura it emitted was only at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the official level. As for the green ox that was chasing behind it, even though he was much smaller, only a few thousand feet tall, the aura it emitted was that of a true emperor-level undying. It was only a small level difference, but it was a whole level difference. The difference between the two was so huge that it made people speechless. Not just in terms of strength, but also in terms of speed. Facing a life-and-death crisis, the coiled horned dragon goat was running at full speed with all his might. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport, but he was already suppressed by the green ox's emperor-level aura, so he couldn't teleport at all. As for the green ox behind him, it was like he was taking a stroll in the park. He slowly swung his hooves and strolled in the void space. Occasionally, he would stretch out his front hooves and lightly trample on the coiled horned dragon goat that was running for its life. It seemed like he didn't use any strength, but every time his hooves landed, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Obviously, the coiled horned dragon goat didn't feel good either. Not only was he being abused, he was even being humiliated. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too huge. No matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. He didn't even roar in anger, because that would only make the green ox feel better. This scene made people speechless. No one but the green ox could have such a bad taste. If it was Yi Xian, he wouldn't even talk so much. He would just kick the enemy into a bloody mist, clean and tidy. However, thinking about the injustice the green ox had suffered and the pain and accumulated grievances over the past 1,000 years, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He didn't interfere with this matter. This matter had become a knot in the ox's heart since a long time ago. It wasn't easy for this old fellow. He was already so old, yet he'd given birth to numerous oxen with a large group of oxen, yet all of them had been killed in the end. Thinking about it, it was quite pitiful. This time, let him be, as long as he could solve the knot in his heart. Pang! Ka-cha-cha! Right at this moment, in the void in the distance, there was a loud bang, followed by the clear sound of bones cracking. This time, half of the small coiling horned dragon goat's shoulder was crushed, and it was clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he was a half-step titled king after all, and the green bull had deliberately held back. Therefore, this bit of injury was nothing to the small coiling horned dragon goat. With his half-step titled king's powerful self-healing ability, he quickly recovered. More than half of it was gone. However, this kind of recovery became a kind of pain for the small coiling horned dragon goat. Right now, he would rather the green ox kill him with a hoof in anger. It was better than being injured and healed again and again. It was simply endless. An endless torment that was worse than death. Facing such a situation, the little coiling horned draconic goat had considered self-detonating, but now, it was completely suppressed by the green bull king-ranked beast's aura. There was no chance for it to self-detonate, so it was destined to continue enduring this torment. Until the green bull got tired of it. However, it was obvious that the green bull would not vent the hatred that it had suppressed for more than 1,000 years so easily. Not only was Yi Xian aware of this, but so was the small coiling horned dragon goat. Roar! Roar, screech! In the surrounding void, countless beasts of the forbidden grounds in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood were enraged after witnessing this scene. They let out earth-shattering roars and roars. The small coiling horned dragon goat's cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of Marquis level 9. It was a pinnacle commander, and its father was one of the 4 kings of beasts in the Phoenix Blood starfield. From this, one could infer that the small coiling horn dragon goat had a high reputation in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. However, today, such a reputable pinnacle commander was being ravaged by the Green Bull, who used to be a rebel. This was unacceptable, and it was understandable that all the beasts of the Forbidden Grounds had such a reaction. Unknowingly, the Green Bull seemed to have angered everyone. Although these beasts of the Forbidden Grounds were not its match, they were unconvinced and filled with hostility. Pung! Kachacha! The small coiling horn draconic goat's shoulder had just recovered when the Green Bull behind it raised its hoof again. This time, it landed on the same spot again. After a heavy thud, a cracking sound was heard, and a large piece of bone shattered. Then, the small coiling horn dragon goat opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. Moo! Little bastard, how does it feel? You deserve all of this. I can't wait to eat you and your father alive, but don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Otherwise, it won't be enough to quell the hatred in my heart. After venting the hatred in his heart, the Green Bull raised its head and let out an angry moo. Venting words came out of its mouth. The small coiling horn dragon goat, who had just spat out a blood arrow, seemed to have felt the change in the Green Bull's state of mind. He, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned his head. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the Green Bull fiercely. He gritted his teeth. You poor old thing, so what if you're crowned as king now? Where are your children and grandchildren? Didn't they all die a long time ago? Ha ha ha, so what if I'm killed by you? Everything that happened in the past is the truth. That's right, the crime of you colluding with the enemy was concocted by us father and son. Including your children and grandchildren, they were all killed by us father and son. Who asked your cultivation to be 1 level higher than this commander back then? You're going to advance to the Marquis realm before me? Hee hee, how dare you snatch my position as a commander? All of this is what you deserve. These words might be the small coiling horn dragon goat's thoughts, but he suddenly said them at this moment. His ultimate goal was to anger the Green Bull and ask for a quick death. However, Yi Xian, after hearing the truth of the past being told by the small coiling horn dragon goat, although he frowned, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what, these words at least cleared the young man's past grievances. Perhaps, the knot in this old man's heart should be untied. Moo! You little bastard, have you finally told me the truth of what happened back then? The Green Bull raised its head and let out an angry moo. Before it finished speaking, it had already raised a pair of front hooves high up and fiercely stomped on the head of the small coiling horn dragon goat. If that's the case, you can die. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out. This attack, the Green Bull seemed to have used its full strength. The enormous body of the small coiling horn dragon goat instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. Chapter 4273. At this time, in the vast void of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, all the ferocious beasts that were roaring endlessly with hatred fell into silence after hearing the words of the small coiling horn dragon goat. Today, they finally understood the cause and the truth of the entire matter. Thinking back to the treatment that the green ox had suffered back then and the pain that it had suffered for more than 1,000 years, all the ferocious beasts of the forbidden land could not help but sigh. Some of the more hot-tempered fellows immediately roared furiously. Roar! Damn it, so this is the truth. The father and son of the coiling horn dragon goat are really bastards. The old ox is too pitiful. He endured until now and only came back when he was conferred the title of king to avenge his son and grandson who were harmed back then. His responsibility and courage are lamentable. If I suffered such unfair treatment, I'm afraid I would be like him. After breaking through to the king realm, I would immediately lead an army to take revenge. In that case, the old ox really can't be blamed for all of this. The ones who harmed the entire Phoenix Blood Star region were the father and son of the coiling horn dragon goat. As these furious roars sounded, the atmosphere in the void battlefield instantly changed and became a little strange. More and more ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land stood on the Green Ox's side and filled with righteous indignation. This scene made Yi Xian's jaw drop. In fact, the moment the Green Ox directly killed the small coiling horn dragon goat with one hoof, a strange expression had already appeared on Yi Xian's face. The reason why the small coiling horn dragon goat said those words was obviously just to anger the Green Ox and ask for a quick death. It was impossible for the Green Ox not to see this. With his mind and current emotional state, it was impossible for him to be so easily defeated by the other party. He was really enraged and directly killed the small coiling horn dragon goat with one hoof. Obviously, this old fellow was waiting for such a truth. The reason why he did this, apart from untangling the knot in his heart, must be partly because he wanted to let all the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood hear this. The truth came from the mouth of the small coiling horn dragon goat. The effect of this was already obvious. Originally, in this war of conquest, the nomadic army under Yi Xian's command could not have the slightest beast heart. But now, when all the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land understood the truth of that year, their resentment toward the nomadic army had obviously dissipated by more than half. It seems that the old ox did this to win the hearts of the beasts and take in a group of ferocious beasts in Phoenix Blood Star region. After pondering, Yi Xian did not mind him. Of the green horn dragon goat. Right now, the blue ox was a feral king no matter how one looked at it. It would not make sense if it did not have an army of ferals under its command. In any case, the number of ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood Star region was extremely large. It was a good thing for Yi Xian to take advantage of this opportunity to gather an army of ferocious beasts. The overall strength of the nomadic army would be consolidated and improved again. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, some of the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land roared loudly in various parts of the void of the bloody battlefield. They shouted at the Green Ox, indicating that they were not willing to fight anymore. They were willing to submit to the Green Ox's flag and follow him on his conquest. At first, there were not many ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land expressing such a wish. But soon, perhaps they were infected, and the same requests to submit gradually increased. They resounded in the void, forming a general trend. In response, the Green Ox turned to look at Yi Xian. Apparently, he was asking for his opinion. You can decide on this matter. You can decide who can be accepted and who should be beheaded. Yi Xian nodded. His voice spread through the entire void. He had sold this favor to the Green Ox. After all, he would be the direct commander of these ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land in the future. Yi Xian would only be the supreme commander of the entire nomadic army. He would not be in charge of the direct leadership of the small army under him. After saying that, Yi Xian did not stay. He turned around and shot toward the 4 super-large life stars in the distance. These 4 life stars were where the nests of the 4 ferocious beast kings were located. Emperors weren't like marquises, as they were much, much stronger. There must be many good things in the nests of the 4 emperors, and they might even have some treasures. It was very likely that there were some resources and treasures that even Yi Xian did not have. After all, although he had all sorts of adventures before, extorting and raiding the lairs of others, due to the limitation of his own strength, none of his targets were emperors. Therefore, the quality and level of the resources and treasures obtained from these 4 life stars were definitely unprecedented. Even Yi Xian could not help but be tempted. Moo. As Yi Xian turned around and left, declaring that the life and death of all the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land in the entire Phoenix Blood Starfield was up to him, the Green Ox was instantly invigorated. An unprecedentedly strong aura surged from its body. It raised its head and let out a shocking moo. The sound of a ox mooing, for the past 1,000 years, although this old ox has been forced to leave my hometown and is not in the Phoenix Blood Starfield, don't try to fool me. I know very well who is close to the coiled horn dragon goat and his son. Hong. As soon as it finished speaking, the green ox's body disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already tens of millions of miles away in the void space to the right. It raised its pair of front hooves and led the few marquee undying ferocious beasts that were clamoring to surrender to it. It blasted them into a mist of flesh and blood. After doing all this, the green bull opened its mouth, and a majestic and invisible force instantly gushed out from its mouth. It wrapped around the scattered mist of flesh and blood, and compressed them into beads of blood. After that, it opened its mouth and swallowed them into its stomach, temporarily storing them, all the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land who colluded with the coiled horn dragon goat, all those who participated in the conspiracy back then, all those who participated in the bloody persecution of this old ox's children and grandchildren. This old ox will not spare any of them. Don't try to provoke this king's intelligence. All schemes and tricks cannot escape the scrutiny of a king's intelligence, Hong. Before he could finish speaking, the green ox's figure had already disappeared once again. This time, he arrived more than 20 million miles away in the void space on the left. In this area, a large number of Forbidden Land ferocious beasts were gathered. They were all the trusted subordinates of the coiled horn dragon goat and his son. Just now, they were clamoring to surrender to the green ox. Whether these fellows were sincere or not, it didn't matter to the green ox. As long as they were enemies, as long as they had colluded with the enemy, he wouldn't let them go. Hong long long, earth-shaking explosions sounded continuously. The millions of Forbidden Land ferocious beasts in this area all exploded under the trampling of the old man's hooves, turning into a mist of flesh and blood. Chapter 42-74. The battle was over. Although the Forbidden Land of Phoenix blood was vast and boundless, there were more than 800 planets with life and countless ferocious beasts in it. However, at the beginning of the battle, the 4 kings of the beasts in the Forbidden Land had all fallen in a short period of time. Before the battle even started, all the beasts in the Forbidden Land had lost their will to fight. What happened next was a one-sided massacre. Even if there was an area where the beasts in the Forbidden Land had the upper hand in the battle, Green Ox, with his emperor-level cultivation base, would rush over immediately. With a wave of his hooves, he would finish off the beasts in the Forbidden Land that had the upper hand. This battle was extremely easy for the space nomadic army. Although the entire nomadic army, including the tens of millions of survivors in the million battleships and the hundreds of millions of battleships in the captive army, was far less than the beasts in the Forbidden Land in Phoenix Blood Starfield. However, in terms of high-end battle strength, the space nomadic army had the absolute advantage. Hence, the final result was obvious. Not only did the nomadic army achieve a complete victory, they did not even suffer too many losses. It could be said that they easily took over the entire Phoenix Blood Starfield. From then on, Yi Xian and his subordinates owned a medium-sized Forbidden Land in the Starfield. Not all the beasts in the Forbidden Land in Phoenix Blood Starfield were killed. Green Ox indeed wanted to gather an army of beasts to serve as his subordinates. For this matter, Yi Xian gave him the greatest right to decide. Green Ox did not let Yi Xian down. After careful selection, he finally left behind an elite army of beasts. There were more than 10 million beasts in this army of beasts. Compared to the countless beasts in the entire Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, it was only a drop in the ocean. From this, one could see how strict Green Ox's requirements were when choosing subordinates. However, strength was not the most important factor. He placed reliability first, followed by bloodline potential, and lastly, current cultivation-based strength. In the army of 10 million beasts, there were more than 10 marquee Immortal rank beasts commanders and 100 ordinary Immortal rank beasts leaders. From then on, including the survivors and the captive army, Yi Xian's space nomadic army had 2 kings, more than 10 marquee Immortals, and more than 300 ordinary Immortals. It basically had the scale of a medium-sized forbidden space zone. In a single day, Yi Xian scoured the lairs of the 4 feral kings, the Weeping Blood Fire Phoenix, the Crane-Top Verdant Yuan, the insectoid king, and the coiling horn draconic goat, and once again obtained oceanic amounts of cultivation resources. Among them, he chose the best ones and kept them in his undying world as backup resources. As for the resources that Yi Xian did not like, they were left behind by him. When he returned, the three-clawed dragon of the parliament would naturally arrange for people to clean them up. In the end, just like the previous expedition against the small starry sky forbidden area ruled by the Green Ox, all the spoils of war would be gathered together. According to the ratio set by the nomadic army, it will be distributed uniformly. The scale of this battle was unprecedented. The territory of the battlefield was so vast that it made people speechless. Therefore, it would take a lot of time to clean up the battlefield after the war and collect all the resources from the 800 inhabited stars in Phoenix Blood Star area. Fortunately, the 10 million ferocious beasts under the Green Ox's command were of great help in the search for resources. Under their familiar guidance, all the resources did not need to be searched at all. They were directly taken out. Besides, the military strength of the nomadic army was also very large. With all the members mobilized, the progress of cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils of war was also very fast. Even so, by the time everything was done, 3 days had passed. At this moment, in the vast starry sky of the central region of Phoenix Blood Star area, all the forces of the nomadic army gathered together to distribute the spoils of war after the war. In the starry sky, 10 million feral beasts from the Forbidden Lands formed the Feral Beast Army. More than 100 million warships of various types formed the captive army. Only the remnant tribe had a smaller number of battleships, only 1 million. However, the remnant tribe had a large number of people, numbering in the tens of millions. These three armies surrounded the surrounding void space. In the central region, there were more than 300 undying old monsters and more than 10 undying marquee-level undyings. In the core region, Yi Xian, who was in the form of a space-raging ape, sat cross-legged, as well as Green Ox, who had already been crowned emperor. A list of resources was sent to Yi Xian immediately. After scanning it with his divine consciousness, he discovered some rare precious materials and medicines that were needed for the subsequent refinement of the treasure pills. Yi Xian waved his hand and kept this part of the undying world in his body. Subsequently, the resources on the list were distributed according to the ratio set by the nomadic army. However, even though the Green Ox had a share of the resources, the 10 million ferocious beasts under his command didn't have a share. They didn't contribute anything in this battle. Such a huge army couldn't accomplish anything without rules. Everything had to be done according to the rules. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After all the resources were distributed, Green Ox opened his mouth and red beads of blood spurted out of his abdomen. Some were big and some were small. All of them were the compressed blood of the universe-grade feral beasts after their bodies exploded. These compressed qi and blood of the feral beasts would be given to Yi Xian to refine the treasure pills. The reason why even the qi and blood of the universe-grade feral beasts were gathered and given to Green Ox was because the blood essence of the universe-grade feral beasts could be refined into a level 20 treasure pill and create an undying old monster. In the entire Phoenix Blood Star region, besides the 10 million feral beasts chosen by Green Ox, the rest had been killed. Among them, there was a significant number of feral beasts at the universe grade and above that had been formed by the qi and blood of the feral beasts after their bodies exploded. The blood beads floated in the void in front of Yi Xian. It was a magnificent sight. With a wave of his hand, all the blood beads were sucked into the Shenong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. The Shenong cauldron immediately started the blood refinement process. Although there was a large number of blood beads, it was still a piece of cake for the Shenong strange flames, which had evolved into a 7-colored flame, to refine these blood beads into feral beasts' blood essence. In just 2 hours, all the blood beads had been refined. Yi Xian now had a large amount of blood essence in his hands. The majestic qi and blood of the feral beast kings when their bodies exploded had been refined into 4 king-ranked feral beasts' blood essence. This would be an important main ingredient for refining a level 23 treasure pill in the future. This time, Yi Xian had obtained 43 Marquis Beast's blood essence, which could be used to refine a level 22 treasure pill for breaking through to the king-ranked realm. There were more than 1,000 Immortal Beast's blood essence, which could be used to refine a level 21 treasure pill for breaking through to the Marquis realm. Chapter 4275. Boss, we've obtained 4 Regal Bestowment blood essences this time. If we want to refine 2 pellets for breaking through to the Emperor realm, we'll only need 10 Regal Bestowment blood essences, right? Just as he condensed the blood droplets into the blood essence of the fierce beasts, the green ox immediately moved closer and stared at Yi Xian as he said, if that's really the case, then we only need 6 more king blood essences. With your current strength of the 8th level of the king realm, with your terrifying power, you can sweep through normal medium space forbidden lands. After we're done here, why don't we set off immediately and find 1 or 2 medium space forbidden lands? Even if we have to hunt secretly like before, it'll be good. After we get 10, let's make the pills to break through to the Emperor level first. We'll get 1 each, that way, we'll feel more assured. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. After a few seconds, he turned and stared at Green Bull. You old thing, you just broke through to Emperor level and you're already thinking about the pills to break through to Emperor level? Do you even need them now? Hee, I can keep them with me if I don't need them. The key is that once I get the pills, I'll feel more assured, as though Emperor level is a sure thing. You don't know, Emperor level is much harder than Emperor level. Within Emperor level, it's hard for even 1 in 100 to break through. Of course, I'm nervous. Piss off. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and pointed at the 3-clawed flood dragon and the others who were staring at him pitifully not far away. He said, look at him, he's already at the peak of the 9th step of the Immortal realm. He's just waiting for a treasure pill to break through to the Marquis Immortal realm. He's not even in a rush yet. You're only at Emperor level 1, what's the rush? No. The moment he said that, the 10 pinnacle immortals, including the 3-clawed dragon, immediately rushed over. They all stared at Yi Xian with teary eyes. The former even grabbed Yi Xian's arm. Boss, we're in a rush. Who said we weren't? We're waiting for the rice to cook. I really have to hand it to you guys. Yi Xian was stunned and rolled his eyes speechlessly. After pondering for a while, he said, forget it. Besides the pinnacle immortals, there are also a few more pinnacle universe grades after this battle. They also need the pills to break through to immortal level. In that case, let's refine this batch of blood essences into pills first. After saying that, he didn't hesitate and ordered the army to disperse and settle down on a life star. He immediately asked the remaining tribes to refine the pills from the beast's remains and precious medicines. Then, with a flash of his body, he entered the largest of the 4 giant life stars, which was the star nest of the weeping blood fiery phoenix. The temperature of this planet was very high, but it was nothing to Yi Xian. After entering the atmosphere of the planet, he directly entered a valley. With a wave of his hand, he set up an isolation formation and took out the Shenong cauldron. Xiao! In a flash, Yi Xian's figure flew up and entered the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. His consciousness entered the interior of the Shenong cauldron the moment he closed his eyes and extended to the bottom of the volcano in the central region. There were only 4 pieces of monarch blood essence, which wasn't enough to support 1 refinement. Therefore, although the perfect pill formula for the level 23 pill had been deduced, there was no way to refine it yet. This time, Yi Xian planned to refine a level 22 pill, a level 21 pill, and a level 20 pill. In short, he would only stop after using up all the blood essences of the fierce beasts other than the 4 king blood essences. The first thing he would refine was the level 22 pill. Previously, Yi Xian had used 10 pieces of monarch blood essence to refine 3 level 22 pills. Now, he had 43 pieces of monarch blood essence in his hands. If there were no accidents, these 43 marquee blood essences should be able to refine at least 12 level 22 pills. This was definitely a shocking number. Yi Xian still had one level 22 pill in his possession. If he were to really refine 12 this time, then the number of level 22 pills in his possession would reach 13. This was 13 emperors. Even in the large space forbidden lands, there were only 20 to 30 emperors. One could only imagine how precious these 13 level 22 pills were. With a wave of his hand, all the resources and top-notch treasures required for the level 22 pill formula were prepared. Together with the 43 marquee blood essences that he had just refined, they floated in front of Yi Xian and shot down in the blink of an eye. Within the Shenong cauldron, at the bottom of the central region volcano. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao, a weak breaking sound resounded. Beams of light shot out from the cauldron above the volcano, directly appearing above the lava pool at the bottom of the volcano. Shockingly, it was the various top-notch materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of a level 22 pill. Phew, in the next instant, below all the resources, a majestic Shenong 7-color flame howled out from the lava pool at the bottom of the volcano. In an instant, it condensed into a 7-colored cauldron with a radius of about 10 feet. It was small and simple, exuding an extraordinary aura. Immediately afterward, the blood essence of the fierce beasts and other materials and resources that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically and entered this small cauldron with a radius of about 10 feet. Within the small cauldron, the second level 22 pill refinement had officially begun. Rumble. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out above the flame pool at the bottom of the fire center in the central region. The cauldron condensed from the pure Shenong 7-colored flames instantly dissipated, and a huge canopy of flames appeared. The rainbow-colored flames roared and rushed back into the flame pool below. Above the flame pool were round beads the size of an infant's fist. Although they were the same size as the blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood red in color and exuded a dense blood and chi energy. Even though these pearls were also infant fist-sized, they glowed with 7 colors. There was a dreamy glow on the surface, giving off an ancient aura. All of the pearls were level 22 pills, and there were quite a few of them. There were a total of 14. There are actually so many? Yi Xian opened his eyes in the instant that the furnace of treasured pills was successfully refined. His voice, which was filled with surprise and joy, came from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron above the volcano in the central region. These 15 level 22 pills represented that within Yi Xian's space nomadic army, in the near future, another 15 emperors would be born. Even Yi Xian's breathing couldn't help but quicken as he looked at the level 22 pills that were overflowing with treasure light. The harvest this time was truly too astonishing. Next, there would be a huge amount of precious pills of various levels coming out of the cauldron. Xiao. Chapter 4276. A level 21 pill could allow a pinnacle undying being at the pinnacle of the 9th rank to step into the marquee realm. As for the ingredients for this pill, other than the flesh and blood essence refined from the remains of the quasi-desolation great beings, the main ingredients were the blood essence of the undying ferocious beasts, as well as a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines from the formula of level 21 pills. Basically, 5 undying blood essences were enough to guarantee the success of one level 21 pill. But of course, Yi Xian was concentrating on the refinement, so the ratio could be smaller. The furnace of level 22 pills that he had just refined had proven this point once again. This time, of the more than 1,000 undying ferocious beast commanders in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood, other than the 100 that were chosen by the Green Ox to be his subordinates, the rest were all killed. He had obtained more than 1,000 undying blood essences. These 1,000 undying blood essences were floating in front of Yi Xian. Among the ingredients used to refine level 21 pills, there was a huge amount of undying blood essences. They emitted a majestic aura of blood essence, which was eye-catching. It was easier for Yi Xian to refine level 21 pills. He was already familiar with the process and could do it with ease. In less than 2 hours, this furnace of level 21 pills was successfully refined. The final number of pills that came out of the furnace was just as he had guessed. It exceeded the ratio of 5 undying blood essences to 1 pill. There were a total of 286 level 21 pills made from the 1000 undying blood essences. Looking at the 200 level 21 pills, Yi Xian's breathing became rapid again. It was as if he was looking at more than 200 marquee level undying beings. Inhale, taking a deep breath, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out many small space boxes. After putting away all the level 21 pills, he waved his hand again. This time, he took out all the ingredients used to refine level 20 pills. This included more than 10,000 universe blood essences refined from the blood essence of the universe level ferocious beasts, as well as various top-grade precious materials and medicines. Everything that followed was even easier. In fact, Yi Xian didn't need the blood essence to refine level 20 pills. He could use the method of gene cultivation fluid to refine level 20 pills. However, he had too many universe blood essences, so it was obviously easier to refine level 20 pills using this method. More than 10,000 universe blood essences, as well as an even larger amount of other supplementary materials, Yi Xian only used an hour to successfully refine this furnace. The number of level 20 pills that came out of the furnace made him speechless. There were a total of 2,453 level 20 pills. In addition to the dozens that Yi Xian originally had, he had more than 2,500 level 20 pills. More than 2,500 level 20 pills, more than 2,500 level 21 pills, more than 280 level 21 pills, and 15 level 22 pills. After putting away all of the level 20 pills, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light as he muttered to himself, "It seems that within the next 1 or 2 years, there's no need to refine a similar type of treasure pill. The stock in my hands is already enough. Even if I were to refine level 23 or even level 24 pills, those are for my own use. However, I don't have enough materials now." After arranging the matters of the space nomadic army and making them settle down in this Phoenix Blood Star region, I'll take the opportunity to refine level 23 or even level 24 pills. After that, I'll bring Green Ox out and start a new round of hunting. Xiao. Stepping out of the farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept the cauldron into his undying world. Then, with a flash, he rushed out of the star atmosphere. At this moment, it had only been less than half a day since he entered this life star to refine level 20 pills in seclusion. In the void outside, the 3 legions that had gathered and participated in the post-war distribution were still in the midst of retreating. After all, only half a day had passed. The 3 legions, with so many battleships, and ferocious beasts, needed time to choose their own life stars. Including the 3-clawed flood dragon and a dozen other pinnacle undyings were also in the void at this moment. All the pinnacle undyings, pinnacle universe grades, and pinnacle marquee. Forget it, the last one doesn't seem to be available. As his divine sense spread out, Yi Xian's voice instantly enveloped the entire Phoenix Blood Star region. All of his subordinates heard him. "All of you, come over and receive the various levels of treasure pills. They can help you smoothly break through the bottleneck of a large realm within 3 days. Including those who have just joined the ferocious beast army. If there are pinnacle universe old monsters and undying's old monsters, you can also come over and receive the pills. I'll give you an advance payment of 1 pill, which will be deducted from your battle merits later." Howl, roar, screech. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding void instantly responded with a series of shocking roars and howls. In the entire space nomadic army, all the universe old monsters and undying's old monsters whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of level 9 were all excited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were extremely excited. If there were no accidents, they would break through the bottleneck of a major realm in 3 days. The universe old monsters would become Undying's old monsters, and Undying's old monsters would become Marquis Undying's old monsters. What could be more exciting than this? It wasn't just these tempered body old monsters and Undying's old monsters who happened to meet the requirements. All the other army members, whether they were survivors, current Starry Sky Masters, or the ferocious beasts who belonged to the original inhabitants of this fragment void, were here. After hearing Yi Xian's words, all of their eyes burst out with a blazing light. Although they hadn't reached the pinnacle of level 9 and couldn't receive the pills, the scene in front of them undoubtedly showed that their leader had a large number of pills of all levels. As long as they practiced diligently, they could reach the pinnacle of their realm. They could apply for them at any time. This was simply opening up a channel for them to rapidly improve their cultivation. From now on, they only needed to immerse themselves in practicing hard without any other worries. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, all the members of this space nomadic army were in high spirits. Unknowingly, the army's morale had reached an astonishing level. After the battle, the haze was gone, and everything was thriving. Xiao! Xiao, 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 along with the sound of something breaking through the air, one figure after another shot towards the space where Yi Xian was standing in from all directions. There were survivors, current Starry Sky Masters of the captive army, and recently incorporated ferocious beasts of the forbidden area. These guys all met the requirements and applied for the pills from Yi Xian to help them break through. Among them, there were more than 20 Undying's old monsters at the pinnacle of level 9, led by the three-clawed flood dragon. And there were more than 200 Undying's old monsters at the pinnacle of level 9. If there were no accidents, after these 20 level 21 pills and 200 level 20 pills were distributed, within 3 days at most, Yi Xian's space nomadic army's number of Undyings and above would rise again. It would soar by a large margin. Since then, including the survivors' tribes and the captive army, the entire space nomadic army would have more than 30 Marquis Undyings and more than 600 ordinary Undyings, except for the 2 emperors. This definitely reached the level of a middle-level forbidden area. Chapter 4277. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as Yi Xian waved his hand, more than 20 level 21 pills and more than 200 level 20 pills instantly turned into fine rays of light and shot into the hands of Yi Xian's subordinates who had surrounded him and were staring at him. The three-clawed flood dragon was one of them. Now that the pills were in his hands, he lowered his head and looked at them. Saliva was about to drip from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of joy. All right, go into seclusion and break through. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian dismissed everyone at once, directly ignoring Green, who was staring at him pitifully, trying to persuade Yi Xian to move out immediately and ambush other middle-level Starry Sky forbidden areas to hunt ferocious beast kings and condense regal blood essence. With a flash of his body, Green Ox charged toward the Life Star where the Weeping Blood Fire Phoenix's lair was. The planet was huge, but Yi Xian was the only one guarding it. There was no one else, and even Green Ox would not easily set foot on it. Everyone was familiar with each other, but even if they were on the same side, they still had to be careful. At this level, everyone had their own secrets. Although Green Ox's temperament was not very reliable, he still had a sense of propriety in this aspect. After entering the atmosphere, Yi Xian returned to the valley from before at once. With a wave of his hand, he had already summoned the farmer god Cauldron. Of course, it was in its shrunken form, which was only 300 meters in size. Otherwise, even this giant planet would not be able to contain it. With one step, Yi Xian's figure appeared at the mouth of the farmer god Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared again and entered the cauldron space. Roar! Just as he arrived near the volcano in the central region, a shocking roar came from the distant mountains. It was clearly the flying centipede's voice, and the aura of an undying official spread. Yi Xian's eyes brightened. That old man had finally broken through. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure flashed and shot toward the direction of the roar. When he arrived, other than the flying centipede, even the figures of Old Monster Silver Ji and the 8 great guardian deities entered his sight. The last time he saw them, Yi Xian gave the flying centipede a level 21 pill, while the 8 great guardian deities each received a level 20 pill. During this period of time, Flying Centipede had a breakthrough and was now a rank 2 immortal marquis. As for the 8 great King Kong, they had 2 more breakthroughs after reaching the immortal realm. Now, all of them had reached rank 3 immortal realm. Even Old Monster Silver Ji's cultivation base had reached the 7th level of the immortal realm. After 2 more breakthroughs, he would need to consume a level 21 elixir to break through to the titled marquis realm. Swish! Shio shio shio! A few sonic booms resounded. A level 22 pill for Emperor level Undying and 9 level 21 pills for official level Undying shot out, landing in the hands of the Flying Centipede, the 8 Vajra and Silver Ji. Inside. Your cultivation base is not there yet. Keep the elixir first. When you reach rank 9 perfection, consume it and use it to break through the bottleneck. Yi Xian nodded and continued, as for the usual cultivation resources, you should still have plenty. Use them first. During this period of time, if there's nothing important, don't come out of seclusion. The situation outside is very stable, so it's not the time for you to make a move yet. So, raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. After finishing his words, Yi Xian waved his hand. Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver Ji and the 8 great guardian deities were filled with joy. They turned around and entered seclusion again. Just as Yi Xian turned around and was about to leave, another figure flew over from the distant mountains. It was Shi Wanjin, who had the lightning poison calamity body. Looking at his cultivation base, he had actually reached the immortal realm and was at rank 3 immortal realm. This kind of cultivation speed was much faster than that of the 8 great guardian deities. Moreover, when he broke through to the immortal realm, it seemed that the level 20 elixir was useless. This was clearly because of the lightning poison calamity body, which was comparable to Yi Xian's devouring treasured body. When the accumulation of energy reached the bottleneck, the breakthrough would be natural, just like how water flows when the conditions are right. Master, I want to go outside. Shi Wanjin directly knelt down when he arrived in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian quickly waved his hand and lifted him up with a gentle force. He didn't like this kind of situation and wasn't used to it. Go out? Hearing Shi Wanjin's words, Yi Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. Although the cultivation speed here is not slow, relying only on the cultivation resources given by Master is ultimately too. I've already used up the last one. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Shi Wanjin's face. Although his soul had been refined by Yi Xian and he had become a slave, his intelligence and emotions had not been lost. Therefore, he still had a variety of rich expressions. He was not like a robot. However, he was cold and wooden. It's all used up. Yi Xian was startled, but at the same time, he understood Shi Wanjin's meaning. This guy obviously disliked the restrictions in the space inside the Shenong cauldron. Although there were spiritual beasts and various spiritual herbs growing in the space inside the cauldron, those were resources that belonged to Yi Xian. He did not dare to take them without asking. Therefore, once the cultivation resources at hand were used up, his cultivation strength would naturally stagnate. On the contrary, it was different in the outside world. Although his lightning poison calamity body was inferior to the devouring treasured body of Yi Xian's doppelganger, they were basically the same. That was, pure plundering and devouring. There were all kinds of resources in the void outside. Even the heat of the stars could be freely devoured by his physique. Once he entered the wider space outside, the speed at which Shi Wanjin's cultivation strength improved would definitely increase. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would soar by a large margin. Furthermore, because he was refined by Yi Xian's mutated slave seal from the level of his divine soul, this process was irreversible. Therefore, even if he were to let Shi Wanjin go outside and allow him to freely grow, even if one day, his cultivation strength would be reduced to nothing. Someday, his strength would be far beyond Yi Xian's own. It was absolutely impossible for something like betrayal to happen. Even if it did happen, Yi Xian could still decide Shi Wanjin's life and death with a single thought, even if his cultivation was not as strong as his. In that case, there was no need to worry about anything anymore. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll send you out. Remember, although the improvement of cultivation strength is important, nothing is more important than your own life. You survived the calamity, so this Star Master need not worry that you will meet with danger outside and die prematurely. In short, think twice before you act, and be careful first." Chapter 4278. After sending Shi Wanjin away, Yi Xian also walked out of the Shenong cauldron. After waving his hand to keep the cauldron, he directly summoned the wild dragon cauldron. After stepping into it, Yi Xian immediately came to the level where the 10,000 demon scouts led by Gui Haidao and Cang Qingyu were. Only a small portion of the demon scouts had just come out of seclusion, and their cultivation had improved greatly, which made Yi Xian quite satisfied. However, Gui Haidao, Cang Qingyu, Ying Tai, and the others were still in seclusion, so Yi Xian did not see them. After leaving behind a batch of cultivation resources, including the purple gold flesh medicine, he immediately left the life giant fortress and put it away with a wave of his hand. He fell into deep thought and began to think about the future of the four great battle stars. The four great battle stars could be said to have made great contributions when Yi Xian was in the first universe of the three main dimensions of the starry sky. Before Yi Xian entered this void fragment of the primeval world, the four great battle stars still had a lot of value to him at that time. But now, Yi Xian's cultivation and strength were far from what it was in the past. The four great battle stars had long become useless to him now. If he used them, he would not be able to use them at all. However, if he gave up just like that, he was unwilling. After all, he had created them himself, and he had made great contributions. The terrifying power of the starry sky battle stars is reflected in two aspects. After falling into deep thought, Yi Xian muttered to himself, first, the battle stars themselves, related to their structure and materials. In this aspect, it can be upgraded, and it is not a big problem. Give an order to the devouring system, start deducing, and find the best way to upgrade. After the case and the required materials, once everything is ready, the forging system can be activated and the upgrade can be started. Second, the kinetic energy community of the battle stars. This is a bit of a headache. The kinetic energy community of the four great battle stars is extremely large, and the energy needed for evolution is not easy to find. This was what troubled him the most. In the void battle stars, there were 2 9-star Emperor ladles, 10 8-star King ladles, and tens of millions of void soldier ladles of different grades. However, their cultivation and strength were generally low. It was the same for the Weeping Soul Battle Gorilla. After absorbing a large amount of hellish ant elixir, the Weeping Soul Beast had evolved into a Weeping Soul Golden Ape and a large number of Weeping Soul Violet Apes. However, their cultivation was still relatively weak. The same was true for the Lapis Gold Slime and the Purple Gold Slime in the Battle of Time. Even Shui Ben, the Emperor of the Mosquito Beasts, was only a Star Lord at the moment. There were also tens of millions of other ferocious mosquito beasts, but they were mostly below the universe state. There were only 1,000 almighty beasts. Yi Xian's current strength was far from enough. To Xian, they were just like ants. The flesh medicine refined by the survivors of the primordial era can strengthen the bloodline of the Void Soldier Ladle, the Weeping Soul Beast, the Slime, and the Blood Mosquito Beast of the four great warring states. However, it is not as good as those special resources that have a strong effect on them. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his eyes once again shone with a brilliant light. In that case, we can first provide a large amount of flesh and medicine so that the 4 Great War's kinetic races can slowly improve their strength and strengthen their foundation. At the same time, we can start searching in this vast void. We can find special resources that are very useful for the 4 Great War's kinetic races. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the 4 great battle talons. With a wave of his hand, a canopy of top-grade flesh and blood medicine and various other top-grade resources that were effective for the 4 great battle talons were all sent out by him. Screech! Screech! Sensing the aura of the top-level training resources and the flesh medicine, the 4 races inside the war drums all roared in excitement. They seemed to be very excited and overjoyed. Yi Xian had been busy improving his strength recently. He hadn't summoned the 4 Great War's kinetic races for a long time. The 4 Great War's kinetic races had been trapped in the undying world for a long time. They were all overjoyed to finally be able to take a breather. Fine, fine. I'll let you take a breather for a while. However, nobody is allowed to leave the atmosphere of this planet, or my identity will be exposed. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Xian immediately gave orders to the 4 Great War's kinetic races with his divine sense. Hum. Hum, hum, hum. Dense humming noises were heard from the 4 Great War's kinetic races. A lot of void soldiers, weeping soul beasts, slimes and blood mosquito beasts all rushed out of the Great War's kinetic races in delight. In an instant, they spread out in the interior of this planet and went to torment each other. Whoosh! A sharp sound echoed as a streak of blood darted over and hovered in front of Yi Xian. It was exactly Xue Ben, the Mosquito Prince. At that moment, Xue Ben had already broken through to the Star Lord state. Although the gap between him and Yi Xian was getting bigger and bigger, the speed at which his strength increased wasn't slow, it could even be said to be extremely fast. The crazed bloodlust in his eyes had also faded a lot compared to before. It was obvious that his madness was slowly being healed with the increase of his cultivation level. Seeing this scene, a warm feeling flashed through Yi Xian's heart, and his gaze also became gentle. Brother Xue Ben, do you still remember when I became sworn brothers with you on the Mad Mosquito Star? Forget it. You were completely crazy back then, and your consciousness was gone. Of course, you don't remember anything when you were sober. I was just lamenting. I didn't know that I'd come this far. Yi Xian shook his head, sighed, and smiled bitterly. Don't worry. I'll make sure that you reach the immortal state as soon as possible. According to my deduction, when you break through to the immortal state, the evolution of your life level will take place. It'll be a huge leap change, and your innate madness will be cured in one day. Screech! As if he had understood what Yi Xian meant, Prince Xue Ben raised his head and let out a long roar of joy. He nodded at Yi Xian and didn't stay any longer. The huge wings on his back flapped fiercely, and a buzzing sound came. His figure instantly turned into a bloody light and shot into the distance. In an instant, he disappeared at the end of the line of sight inside the star. Boss, are you in seclusion? If not, please come out first. It was also at this moment that Blue Ox's voice suddenly echoed outside the atmosphere of the planet. There's a place at the edge of the Blood Phoenix Forbidden Land. According to what you said, it should be a black hole. A lot of weird warships suddenly rushed out of that black hole, just like the captive army. Those guys seem to be from the same place as you. Boss, come out quickly and see if they're friend or foe.